So hello and welcome to 2026
Whoop,
on the
whoop.
MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club. It's qualifier race number 1. My name's Matt Payne. I am here in the studios with Emma Martin. And before we go any further, happy birthday, Emma. Once more around the sun.
I know, it comes to us all, It's an absolute pleasure and joy to get older every year.
It
Well,
certainly is an honour and a privilege, and I'm,
I
I'm definitely pleased. Have you had anybody said happy birthday other than me?
lots of people have said happy
Really?
birthday, and thank you very much to my wonderful MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club community. I am so looking forward to sharing the morning of my birthday with you, all around 630 of you, and thank you for those who have got in touch and wished me a happy birthday. Right, should we focus on some racing, because we have
Yes.
a cracking race for you today. We are off to the endurance climb for both the men and the women. We're starting the new year as a Sunday Race Club means to go on. 35 kilometres
Up.
of racing today for the women, 1,432 metres of climb. There are indeed 5 climb checkpoints, each of the climbs today interspersed by around 3 kilometres of flat. So the only way up is up or flat today. And the first one of those climbs comes at the 2.7 kilometre marker. Each of the climbs around 3 kilometres in length. We have been here twice before, so this is a third outing of the endurance climb in both the men's and the women's. And once we have transitioned through those 5 climbing checkpoints, we then have a 3 kilometre flat run to a very short, sharp uphill finale to the finish line. We have had, as I said, 2 races here before, 2 different category 1 winners. Catherine Fua took the win the first time we were out here, qualified 2 in August 2024, and in May 2025 it was a world champion, Kate McCarthy, who took the win.
Let's see if they're going to be able to repeat their wins. Will it be a new winner at the top? And don't forget, of course, all 6 race categories, from our standard race category, category 6, right the way through to our elite riders in category 1, are on the same route, the same amount of elevation, the same gradients, and have the same challenge. Now, because this is qualifiers, the prize list is for the climb segments, for the checkpoints, basically, first through each checkpoint, and also for the top 10 riders as they go over the finishing line. The rider with the most climb points wins the overall climbers competition. And we got to remember, this is our qualifiers, so making sure that you get to the finishing line first is key and qualifying, because if you want to race in our finals for a team, you need to complete 2 qualifiers. It's time to go racing. Category 6 away from the pens here on qualifier race number 1 on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club for 2026. Happy New Year. Let's go climb a dirty great mountain.
Well, I tell you what, it's quite a clean mountain, but
Yeah.
we are going to go and climb it now. 23 riders on the start sheets in category 6, and for me, there are 2 stories here today. One is the number of new riders joining us for 2026. The other is the shuffle of the pack.
Oh, it's not been shuffled so much as
Thrown up in the air.
Well, I was going for a complete reprint.
Well, do you know what I think is really interesting is that we've seen such great performances on the back end of 2025, and some riders really coming into form for the winter season in the Northern Hemisphere. And I think that's what's represented in the shuffle that we see. We've seen riders coming really, really strongly. So when I tell you that Liz Smithson, who took the win in the December final, followed by Bridget Bremner, Amy Sudubayo, all 3 of those riders progressing to Category 5 from Category 6.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, and I think they will ride and just continue to get stronger and stronger. Falana and Paul Wakaska, who took 4th and 5th place, they are on the start sheets and still staying in Category 6. Now, Amy Sudubayo, the rider who has progressed after taking that 3rd place last week, she holds the course record in Category 6 on the endurance climb, 2 hours, 20 minutes and 19 seconds. It's going to be a long one, a long day out climbing for Category 6 today.
And that 2 hours 26 gives you an indication, doesn't it, of just how big this course is, how much of an epic climb this is, because normal race times vary, but they're anywhere from sort of an hour for elite women in category one, right the way through to sort of an hour and 20, an hour and a half, aren't they? The most normally. We don't normally see anything of this magnitude.
No, we don't, and we do see some really big climbs. And the Jebel Hafid, the Jebel Yais, we're talking about 900 meters of climbing. This is quite significantly more. This is around 60% more climbing than those two courses, which tend to be our largest amounts of climbs out there for the women. Now, I did mention new riders, and two of those new riders are in category 6 today. So, welcome to the Sunday Race Club. Marika Notes is joining us, and Marita Isocalio.
Is it what?
Isocalio. There she is on our screens right at the moment. The rider from Finland.
Ah, okay. There we go.
I know, absolutely fabulous to see the new riders. And as I said, 7 new riders in the women's race, and I think we've got around 15 new riders in the men's race. So wonderful to see over 20 riders joining the Sunday Race Club for the first time on 2026.
So Marita on the move at the moment and nicely in this leading group as they make the way out. And category 6, our standard race category, is followed by category 5, then 4, 3, 2, and 1. There are time gaps between each of our groups of riders. So don't forget, make sure that you know which group you're in. If you are going to be racing, make sure that you get set off in, get into that pen nice and early. Make sure that you're all ready to go. And today, make sure you've got plenty of food and drink and fuel and hydration and nutrition to make your way all the way through the day. Emma and myself in the commentary box have refreshed and refueled ourselves, all ready to go. And we've got snacks and supplies to one side. It's the advantage of being a bike rider. Always have a ready supply of snacks for the fueling on the way through the commentary. We also, of course, need to make sure that you're aware that when we go through from the women's to the men's race, we are almost certainly going to have an overlap of riders out there, and it does mean that there will be overspot because we will be talking about some of the women's racing and riders potentially at the start of the men's race, and not all the women will finish before we start talking about the men, but there will be a little bit of a gap in between, if only so that the production team who sit behind the screens and get all of these amazing images to you, track all 6 race categories simultaneously. Well, they're going to be tracking 12 race categories simultaneously at some points today. So they're going to manage to take a quick breather on the way through. Got to say a big thank you to them for 2025, and looking forward to working with them again in 2026.
Well, we are indeed. And if you are new to watching the Sunday Race Club, there are indeed 6 races out on the race course. Once we get them all underway, Category 6, the first race field out 10 minutes before Category 5, and then the latter starting categories who are down in the pens. You can see them already there in resplendent in their multicoloured jerseys, just waiting for their start time. But Category 6, well and truly underway. Petrova and Falana, the 2 riders. Susanna Lopes is up there as well. A big pack of Category 6 riders rolling strongly.
It's that calm before the storm, isn't it? We're on the flat. We've got a tailwind at the moment, and remember, the wind is taking effect. This is the first time that we've been on the endurance climb with the wind effects taking some kind of effect on the riders. Now, for the start, it varies a little bit. I mean, because the course wiggles its way up the side of the mountain, basically, at some point, you're going to have
a lot of changes.
Headwind, a tailwind, a crosswind, a sidewind, a slight tailwind, a slight headwind. You can find all the details on MyWhooshinfo.com of where the breeze is, where it's blowing. At the moment, it's just blowing these riders up this slope, but very quickly, as you can see, we're into 7-8% gradients here on this first sector. This first sector, the average gradient is 9.3%. 3 kilometers long and climbing 279 meters. And this is where, I mean, we're seeing Falana here on the move early. If you've warmed up and you're ready and you know what's in front of you, you could really go hard. And that's what we're seeing Falana doing. More circumspect and maybe wiser moves sitting in the bunch. Are you doing a time trial or are you riding a road race?
I think there's some, and I think that is a really good question, actually, Matt. Do you look at this as a time trial. You know what you are capable of. You don't want to go in the red. You want to manage your effort as you would do in a time trial to be able to hold the pace to the end. This is a long race today. We know the Category 6 rider is going to be out 2 hours 15, 2 hours 20 minutes. They need to manage the effort. Falana has gone hard into the first climb. She's established an 8-second gap. The question is, can she ride that hard on the latter stages? Because we do indeed have 5 of these climbs today. And at an average gradient of around 9%, this one is one of the, dare I say it, less steep climbs. The second climb, the average gradient is 10.7%. In fact, the last climb is the easiest at 7.4, which shows you what is facing these riders today. This is a really, really tricky challenge, and you do have to ride in between yourself. You do have to ride within yourself, but also mindful of the fact, as you said, it is a road race. Staying in the pack now, keeping as much energy in reserve as possible is where I would be. I wouldn't be doing a Falana and out front, even though, sometimes some riders, they just like to ride in their own rhythm on a climb.
I'll be looking to take a group away. I wouldn't look to go hard enough to not take a group, because the transition sections, you're talking 3K between each of the climb sections, and they're flat and they're fast, and that's where having the draft, having the bunch. So whilst you can break on the climb, any group has the advantage on those flatter sections in between and can use that draft advantage.
They do, but and I agree, and what you want to be doing on those flat sections is sitting in the bunch, sitting in the draft, saving as much energy as possible. Because really, if you want to put an attack in, it's the final 2 climb segments where you want to put the attack in, not the first 2.
Let's see. But then again, some riders go well at the start of their ride and go worse at the end of their ride. I have a friend who does that notoriously. And whereas I tend to go well at the start and at the very end, and the bit in the middle just die 1,000 deaths. But you've got to race to your strengths as well. So real mix, and that's what makes bike racing great. That's what we love about the Sunday Race Club each and every week. And don't forget, you could be joining our riders. You will have thankfully missed the endurance climb if you are like me and think, yeah, every race route or every ride should have at least some downhill in it. But you can jump on board, and it is great fun. And the riders, it's one of those things, you completed racing on the endurance climb. It's one of those things you sort of talk about afterwards. How was it for you? And you can keep on relating those stories all the way through.
Well, Monica Falana is climbing and climbing strongly, and we'll leave Category 6 there for a while.
We shall indeed, because it's time for Category 5 to head out onto the race route. Well, it will be in about 50 seconds' time. We have got our riders lined up. You can see the multicoloured profusion of lycra on the start line as the riders line up ready. In Category 5, the Cycling District 5 team are here. The Cycling District based essentially as a Portuguese and Portuguese-speaking team, and with Helia Santos, Jacqueline Almeida, Mariana Libano and Sofia Rodriguez, all riding for the Cycling District 5. So bom dia to the squad from Cycling District 5. It's good morning, hello, and I hope you have a good race and that mutual support is there. There are other teams represented from Aeronova, the Fem Cycle Club and Phoenix, but they don't have those key numbers. 3 being the magic number for the teams. You need 3 riders to count when you come to our finals. So get that practice in. Get those names onto the teams. It's time to go racing in Category 5.
It is indeed an away go Category 5. Monica Rapaz is one of the riders up and out of the pen. She's one of our new riders in Category 5. 28 riders on the start sheets today. Brooke Samuel is there. Sophie Mernhout is there. Jacqueline Almeida is in the mix as well. Good to see her in Category 5 as well. She's a strong rider and has gone up recently as well. Talking about going up, Mongeli, Palma Mongeli has gone up to Category 4, which is great to see, and so is Natalia Anderlin. Those 2 riders have been riding really, really strongly in Category 5 for some time. Brooke Samuel, you can see her on the bike at the moment, just taking a little look into the Pain Cave window. She's got the mattress ready there in case she needs a sleep halfway up the endurance climb, but she won't be sleeping. She's so strong. She will revel in the endurance climb today, and she'll be looking forward to the exceptionally large cookie that she always has as a Sunday Race Club treat.
Oh, I'm liking the cookie skills, having a cookie as a Sunday Race Club post-race treat. Can't beat a cookie or something sweet afterwards. I'm definitely a fan. And refueling, we've got to remember that when you come to the end of the exercise period, you've got like golden windows, 20, 30 minutes, where if you refuel, then if you can stomach refueling, which it's a skill to learn, definitely, that's when you're going to really optimize the recovery of your muscles, the improvement, and where you're going to be moving onwards. One person who is refueling not just for one but for two, it is Jimin Prada. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, Jimin, whatever time zone in the world you are at. It's great to see you here.
What a great race she had last week in the December final.
Oh, it was amazing.
And if anybody asks why Germaine Prado won the Category 5 race in the December final against Palma Morgelli and hasn't gone up, it's because she is indeed expecting. And fabulous to see her riding and racing. Do it under doctor's orders. Make sure you are indeed following everything, all the advice you need to, as Germaine Prado is. But she's fit, healthy, strong and racing, and it's fabulous to see her here for 2026 as well.
Indeed, and looking forward to seeing the next generation of champion cyclists. Maybe you never ever know. I always thought that, and then I thought my daughter was going to be the next Marianne Vos.
She doesn't like cycling, does she?
No, she doesn't. She really doesn't like riding a bike at all. Give her a horse. She's well away, but bikes, no.
Well, Helia Santos right at the front of the pack. Jacqueline Almeida is in the mix as well. Great to see her for 2026, the Brazilian rider. She's one of the strong riders and one of the riders who really is regularly present on the Sunday Race Club, and it's a really, really strong community and fabulous to see. Kati Jaskalainen is in the mix as well. Quintero, Sophia Jacobs is there. She's also one of the new riders today, so welcome to the Sunday Race Club. Liz Smithson has gone up into the mix. Hannah Hermansen is there as well. Category 5 are rolling and rolling strongly. Category 4, the next group of riders away.
They are indeed going in just over a minute and a half's time. They will be following on. So as you can see, if you're new to the Sunday Race Club, we do have new viewers each and every week. Thank you very much for joining us. Each of our categories are represented by a jersey. So purple being the colour of Category 6 with that golden 6 on the back. Category 5 in the light blue. Category 4 in red. Category 3 in dark blue. Category 2 in green. And Category 1 in yellow. Those riders will be up and away very shortly, but we're going to concentrate on our Category 4 teams. Now, 3 teams have 3 or more riders in their teams. We've got 2 teams of 4, both representing the Fem Cycle Collab of teams 4A and 4B. 4A with Amy Young, Gina Van Rossum, Kimberly Miller, and Veronica Ciciolka. The 4B squad, Lam Kong, Laura Vanapainen, along with Natalia Andalou and Palma Morgelli, the aforementioned Palma Morgelli. We also have the FCC, which is also Fem Cycle Collab, but FCC4. They have 3 riders: Katerina Krasova, Shana Martinuska, and Veronika Vojakova. Those riders have the advantage of team tactics today. So basically looking after each other. And that is going to be really, really key. Make sure that you keep yourself in position. Make sure that you look after each other. And that encouragement, even if there's not draft available, that encouragement, having your teammates around you is really, really important. So congratulations to everybody. And thank you very much for everyone who coordinates our teams.
Yes.
Because you do an amazing job. Thank you very, very much. It's time to see the Fem Cycle Collab Collective heading out from the start. There's Palma Morgelli still continuing to celebrate
Happy
the 2026.
New Year.
And that was a happy birthday from Palma Morgelli there. I can
well, thank you
that.
very much. But Palma never disappoints. We've had Christmas celebrations. We've had Halloween celebrations. We've now got New Year celebrations. And I think that's the cat that is joining in as well. So a little support there in the pain cave for Palma today. As I'm wondering whether she's going to wear those glasses the whole way up the climb. I think at some point they will come off, but fast start for Category 4, and Palma Morgelli needs just maybe get into the mix. Matt's just going to take a little photo of the screen here, just because he's enjoying the cat doing the support, I think, to Palma. But the Category 4 riders well and truly away. Now, 34 riders on the start sheets in Category 4. Nina Dowling holds the course record for this climb in the Category 4 race. So she's on the start sheets today, 1 hour, 53 minutes, 47 seconds. Rebecca Johnson, another one of those riders who will go well today. She loves a climb.
Yes.
So Rebecca Johnson, I think, will be one of the riders really looking forward to this. If you can look forward to 1,432 meters of climbing, but I think she will be. Veronica Cisioka, Felicia Lazared, all in the mix. Dark outside that window in the UK at the moment.
It is indeed. It's the northern hemisphere, very cold in Europe, the northern Europe, and very, very much the case that the temperatures are really low. Of course, in those more northerly latitudes, he says. Which yes, latitude, which is not longitude, latitude. Then I've got to make sure I get them the right way around. It is darker, obviously, longer in the morning and later for dawn to break, and sunset coming earlier than it is a little bit further south. But wherever you are in the world, thank you very much for joining us here on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club. We have kicked off the year with the epic that is the endurance climb for both the men and the women. The men's race coming after the women's race today, although there will be some overlap in there. Our riders are already starting to break those groups apart in category
Look at
6
the stretch
and
on
category
category
5. We've got one or two riders being distanced, and you can see that on the top right-hand side of your screen as well as the main screen as those riders start to spread out. Three of our key riders here: Brooke Samuel on the top left-hand side of your screen, Jacqueline Almeida centre left, and Jermaine Paredo at the bottom left-hand side, all on the way up here. Different approach for Brooke Samuel, just out of the saddle, tapping away on those pedals. And it's a great technique for getting the power down and to drive over a gear or to open a gap, sustaining it for the distance for the 3 kilometers of our first rise to the first climb checkpoint is a big ask, though.
Well, you say that, but a lot of our cycling esports riders train specifically low cadence. Brooke Samuel's cadence at the moment is fluctuating between around 65 and 70. She's just lifted it at the moment. But up and out of the saddle, low cadence. And a lot of our riders train specifically because of the power that you can get down through that style of riding that you wouldn't try to replicate outdoors. So very specific to cycling esports and works well for our athletes.
But as with all things,
you need to train it.
You need to train it, and there is always a limit, and it does vary from person to person as well. So it's very interesting to see how that plays. And it's not for everybody,
No,
but it may be for you. So don't hesitate to try something new, because you're in a wonderfully safe environment when you're on the Pain Cave. It's not like you're outdoors on the ice doing a 2-wheel slide sideways around one of your favourite corners on the way to the cafe. Just saying. Okay, let's go away from being cold and sliding outside to warm and ready to light up the roads. We're going to see who's going to be on fire. We have our 3 key teams in our category 3 race. They all have 3 in the name because it is the Cycling District 3 with Caroline Manfron, Flavia Lopez, Karen De Pavia, and Liliana Silva. The FCC, the aforementioned Femme Cycle Club 3. Angelica Roble, Hannah Hakkinen, Lisa Weinert, and Tilla Tukilokas. We've also got the Riot 3 squad, which is Barbara Ballara, Brittany Litton, Christy Tracy, Natalie Brooke, and Vanessa Murray. The Pain Cave Pirates and Team Golden Light only away without having those 3 riders, so not having 3 that would qualify if this was the finals, and that is where our teams need to get that practice in. Really key today to see if you can get to the top of that summit first. How many of those climb checkpoints can you collect? How much of that prize money will be heading your direction? One rider who definitely I've got my eye on, it is Angel Hadlock, who is on our screens on the left-hand side at the moment. A rider who I think will race this in a smart way, because I know I regularly say this, but some riders just have that innate ability to ride smart, not wait and expend energy when they don't need to.
Well, Hadlock on our screen, part and parcel of what is a very large race field, the largest race field today, 39 riders on the start sheets in category 3, and they are well and truly up and out of the start pen, rolling strongly. Tracy, Takanas, Hadlock, Elos, all in the mix. Carrie Stewart is there as well. We've got 2 new riders to the Sunday Race Club in here. Petra Vachkova is here. Welcome to the Sunday Race Club. And Aliska Klibarova is here as well. Fabulous to see her. Jenny Penton has come up from category 4. So has Laura Takanos. Karen De Pavia, well, she's very firmly and strongly in category 3. And you can see the look of concentration on her face already, really not wanting to to drop from the group too early, and that's really important. Finding your position, finding your comfort zone. And you can see DePavia at the moment. Sitting around zone 2, zone 3, that zone bar 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, showing you the effort of the rider.
And I do think that the Pavias are potentially on realistically for me for a top 5 finish here today. Because
bold.
Yes, because whilst we know the Pavia is a great sprinter, for me, you still have to ride between those sprints. And all that happens here is that you are going to be climbing up the climb in between. You still got to ride in there on that climb. And it's not like she's one of those sprinters, that relies on massive power. She's got fast twitch. She's on quick kicks. She's on fast reaction. And I think for me, you can utilize those skills. You can transfer those skills onto the climb, particularly when it's stepped like this. They are very obvious steps. You've got a very obvious target of where to go for. So that's going to be critical. Now, just taking a look on our screens at Category 6, Monica Falana with the gap at 1 minute 15. Now, if this was a normal Sunday Race Club, we would say, well, that's game over now at this stage. 5K in, 6K in, got minute plus. The answer to that today, though, would be don't be so silly, Matt, because that's not the case. Because
let's wait and see.
Exactly. It is going to be the first checkpoint that's going to fall to Falana, though, because she's coming around this turn. Each of our checkpoints marked by the polka dot archway. And that archway with the red dots on that traditional climber's indicator, and it transfers. It's on the shoulders. The skin suit is now worn by Monica Falana, and each of the leaders in the overall competition will be wearing that in each of our race categories.
Yeah, so there's a big battle on behind, though, because it's a good-sized group. Arrayas is there, Limbarga is there, Notes is there, Izo Kallio is there as well, Petrova is there, Hadjuk is there, a big group coming behind in the Category 6 race. So that's going to be an interesting one to watch. Not too far behind on the climb, Helia Santos is climbing strongly in Category 5. Wilhelm, Prado, Sonnerson, all around 20 seconds behind.
So the gap's starting to open up in Category 6. So lots of groups in battle on the fight at the moment. 4 race categories out on race route. The first riders away, Category 6. Their leader currently at over 6 kilometres covered. 4.5 kilometres covered for the leaders in Category 5. That's Helia Santos. In Category 4, the riders at 3.7k and 2.4k for Category 3 riders. So yet to reach the climb. Category 6 continue underneath there. Santos on the left-hand side of your screen with a gap of 20 seconds now at the moment from a chasing group behind it. It is a group of Prado, Wilhelm, and Manhout, along with Bago. Sonson is there. Majuska also in the mix. So a real bunch, as you can see on your screens at the moment, just making their way around this right-hand turn. One leader clear at the front of the race route. And these riders up and away. If you want to see details of the race route, don't forget you can go on to MyWhooshinfo.com. It gives you the wind direction, the meteo, the weather forecast, or however you want to describe it. But it also on there that gives you all of the climb profile details and some great details. You could go on to MyWhoosh.com onto the results. And we've got the results, I think, of our first checkpoint.
We do indeed. So Category 6 through that first endurance climb checkpoint, Monica Falana, we saw her take the polka dot skin suit, taking 5 points. Izo Kallio taking 4, Notes taking 3, Gavaria Arrayas taking 2, and Petrova taking 1 point. It is close with the group, though, and interesting to see at the moment. That second group with around 5 or 6 riders in it. It's going to be interesting to see how they come back together on the flat sections and how far they can bring Falana back in.
And of course, those points that have been scored so far will be added to the points that are scored all the way through the race route to give us our overall climbs competition winner. And that then is rewarded with the prize as well. So each checkpoint with a prize, each rider who then takes away the overall climbs competition with a prize as well. No sprint competitions today. That will return next week, because next week we will be moving across to the Alula Adventure Loop. That's our race route. Next week, a far more undulating race profile.
Something different for everybody.
And that's one of the great things about the Sunday Race Club. There's so many different race routes. We really are evolving. We're seeing lots of different race routes coming in, as well as some of the old classics being reinvigorated as well, and some of them being left alone, which is great, because it gives us that sort of marker against each time we go through. But of course, MyWhoosh evolving as well, with the differences in terms of drafts, in terms of how the ride, how it rides when you sit on the bike and ride it. I was absolutely loving it this past week. I've been racing and riding around MyWhoosh as usual, just thinking, yeah, absolutely loving this. And I think next week is probably going to be an indoor week for most of the week.
Have you looked at the weather forecast?
I might have looked at the weather forecast. I'm looking out the studio window at the moment at frost, ice, and -5 outside the window at the moment. So it's warmer. It's not -6 when I was in the studio. So I'm taking that as a win. I'm hoping it's a lot warmer in Brazil at the moment.
Well, I'm aiming. Maybe it's not going to be Brazil weather where I'm going next week, but I am off to Spain this week.
Are you?
So I am hoping
Hang on a minute.
that the weather is going to be a little warmer, a little sunnier, and I should be out on my bike.
Are you coming back for the Sunday Race Club?
No, I'm not.
You're not? Oh, okay.
No, I shall be enjoying probably the colder rats at that point in time.
Okay, so whilst Emma goes chasing professional riders up the colder rats, or waving at them as she's riding down and they're riding up, which is a much better option, then we will be here.
I'm going to leave it in your safe hands, Matt.
Thank you very much. I will take that as a compliment.
Well, Helia Santos doing a sterling job here at the 5.2 kilometre marker, moving towards the top of that climb. She's established a gap on this group that we're looking at the moment, but it's a good-sized group. 8 riders chasing at the moment, and there's some great riders and great climbers in this group. And Hannah Hermansen, Emma Sonnerson only just off the back as well. So they could all come back together here, and we could see a group of around 10 riders in the chase group in Category 5. It's going to be a really interesting race as this Category 5-1 develops, and to see if those chase riders can indeed pull that lone leader back.
So our riders out and racing in Category 6, 5, 4 and 3. Category 2, our next set of teams to go. 6 teams with 3 or more riders in the mix. Our teams with 3 riders, the Antipodean Racing Team, Schneider, Banerjee and Ramet in the team. The core team have 3 riders, Gonzalez, Rowe, Prost and Kuma. And the Femme Cycle Club 2B squad have Lethbridge, Wagner and Shanks. The 2 teams with 4 riders, while the core powered by a Spritz team of Simmons, Kalman, Kokolowitz and Gorea, not in with 4 riders. And the Femme Cycle Club 2A team have 4 riders, Eck, Moroz, Thompson and Brown. 1 team, though, have 5. Today, I predict a riot.
Well, you've got to get a little tune in there sometimes.
Do indeed. Our riders are looking to right the way up to the top of the summit and really take it to everybody else. Amory Lip, Emily Nyquist, Jen Rial, Kirsty Heber-Smith and Rutty Reese for the Riot 2 squad are going to be in the mix, I'm sure. Category 2. Get ready to leave the pens. It's time to go racing on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club. It's January. It's 2026. It's qualifier race number 1, and Heather Shanks
has made Category 2. Whoop, whoop. She's riding absolutely brilliantly at the moment and rewarded by an upgrade.
I'm not sure how much Heather is thinking that's a reward when she's moved up to Category 2 on the endurance climb. We will see. But I tell you something, yeah, it's time.
She's got her winter gloves on. I don't blame her. It's probably very cold in Scotland at the moment. Whilst we're complaining about it being -3 here, Scotland, I imagine, is colder.
-5.
Is it? Well, whatever.
Yeah,
do you know it's 42 degrees C in Melbourne at the moment?
Oh, wow.
So it's very, very cold in the northern hemisphere, in northern Europe. It's very, very warm in Australia. Well, Majewska at the moment in Category 5 has gone over the top of Helia Santos. We did say she may well get caught that early leader, and it's Majewska who will now put on the polka dot skin suit. Helia Santos, the rider who pushed on at the base of the climb, being caught at the top, and now sitting between Majewska and the chase group. I predict that is all going to come back together again, and we're going to see around 12, 13 riders in that leading group shortly in Category 5.
Great timing by Majewska going over the top of Santos, pulling back a 20-plus second gap to then take away the points and the early lead. The full results, Majewska taking away 5 points, Santos taking 4, Mayhout taking away 3, Alzate taking 2, and Bago taking 1. Good to see Dorothy Gonzalez. She is one of our most Sunday Race Club addicted riders out there. She holds, I'm sure she holds the women's record for the most rides on the Sunday Race Club, if my memory serves me correctly. It's absolutely huge.
It's got to be close between her and Catherine Fuhr.
Yeah, I think it's Gonzalez who holds that.
Ooh.
But I have to say, she's always a rider I love to watch racing, because she's always ready to engage the racing and take on the racing and activate it.
Yes.
And for me, that's really key. I'm not a fan of riders who, having done this myself and being the rider who sits in the wheels regularly, I'm not a fan actually of riders who sit in the wheels. I like riders who are more animated.
So there's difference between how you might race a race and what you like to watch in a race.
That's very true indeed.
37 riders on the start sheets in Category 2 today. Heather Shanks, Mally Steyer, Stephanie Briggs and Julia Montgomery all coming up from Category 3 into Category 2, which is fabulous to see. And, it really is... Well, it's just great. Jen Reel as well, I think, has also made the progression.
Yes.
So fabulous to see her as well. It's going to be really interesting. The record for the endurance climbing Category 2, Amelia Van Hove holds that. We've not seen her race on the Sunday Race Club for a while. 1 hour 36 minutes 51 seconds for the Category 2 race. It's going to be interesting to see who comes to the fore, but that uplift for Heather Shank, she's been climbing so strongly. I think this will suit her. Category 4 at the moment on your screens at the 5.5 kilometre marker, just 200 metres from the top, and instead of the lone breakaways that we've seen in the earlier 2 categories, this time it's one large group of riders. Krasova, Vochkova, Kong, Sisiolka, all in the mix here, and very shortly they'll be pushing for that polka dot banner.
We just see that now from Vochkova. We saw the lift of pace from 3.5 watts per kilo to over 5. So Vochkova attacking here. Lam Kong, one of my big favourites for the race here today. One of the riders who I expect to see in action and potentially take away victory, up and challenging. At the moment, Vochkova on the right-hand side. Kong coming on the left-hand side on our screens. Kong's going to go over the top here. So Kong puts in the sprint. She pulls on the polka dot skin suit, just taking away those points. It's going to be a 1-point lead. Kong with 5, Vochkova with 4 behind Emma. Did you see the results play out?
So Helen McKay picks up 3 points. Camilla Pamplona picks up 2. Katerina Krasova picks up 1. But I'll tell you something, 10 riders have all gone through that checkpoint very quickly.
Well, let's move across on to Category 1, because they're going to be heading away very shortly indeed. 7 teams with more than the 3 riders. In fact, basically, riders really embracing the team. So thank you very, very much. We have one team of 5, the Ablock International team, the team to beat. Kristen Kolczynski, super climber Kristen Kolczynski, who's going to love today's race route, with world champion Kate McCarthy, Lisa Hermansen, Maria Holcroft, and Mika Soderstrom. They are up against another 6 very strong teams. Category 1 are up and away. The 6 teams that have more than 3 or more riders who are challenging. With 4 riders, the Sweat Sensations, Gabby Guerra, Catherine Fuhr, Merle Bruni, and Nicole Mayer for the Sweat Sensations. For the breakaway squad, Camilla Alberg, Elizabeth Van Heuling, Elise Gallegos, and Marlene Bjarhead. The teams with 3, and there are 4 teams of 3 riders. Femcycle Collab 1A, Bridget Kittle, Joanna Tidholm, Tessia Susnik. For the Femcycle Collab 1B squad, Elisa Hart, along with Jennifer Goslander and Nellie Larson. For the Supernova squad, Matilda Field, Roberta Bassoni, and Sophie Giovanni. And the Watt sisters, Bridget Walensky, Amelia Velt, and Kelsey Jade Van Shaw. Only 3 riders not in teams, but a number of riders like Francesca Tomasi, Amina Koistonen, Fem van der Vliet, and Anna Caramella in squads which don't have all 3 riders to make up teams. The 3 individual riders, Cornelia Engstrom, Kimberly Hoekstra, and Serena Vittori. We'll see who's going to take this out. Will it be an individual solo, or will this be a real orchestrated finish? We will have to see who has the right notes at the right time.
Well, 32 riders on that start sheet in Category 1. And whilst there are no new riders to the Sunday Race Club there, Kimberly Hoekstra, welcome back. 4 Sunday Race Clubs for her. Well, Christy Tracy on your screens at the moment in the Category 3 race at the 5.6 kilometre marker. Very shortly, she's going to see that polka dot banner. She's around 18 seconds clear of the chase group in the Category 3 race. Now, if you do take a look at the top right-hand corner of your screen, you can see the riders and the gaps. There's a big chase on behind, but Tracy, one of the newer riders to the Sunday Race Club from the USA, bearing in mind it is about 2:30 in the morning, potentially there, depending upon where in the USA Tracy is. But Christy Tracy pulling on the polka dots. That's a nice welcome to 2026.
It certainly is. At the moment, we're just seeing Category 2 on our screens. In fact, we're seeing 5 of the key protagonists that we get a view into the paint caves of each and every week. Christine Schneider, Dorothy Gonzalez-Ruiz, along with Heather Shanks, Julia Montgomery, and Katerina Caramani. And any one of those, well, you could have your top 5 on your screen here.
You could, but at
Quite
the moment,
possibly.
it is Katerina Caramani on the right-hand side of the screen who is pushing on and pushing on strongly. She's 8 seconds clear of Rachel Brown, and Charlotte Lucas is sitting in 3rd at the moment. The Category 2 pack stretched right back down the climb already at the 3.6 kilometre marker. But for me, this is one of ththose moments, isn't it? We're 3.6k into a 35 kilometre race. We're on the first climb. These strong riders and racers, they've got to get their pacing strategy right. And it is one of those races, I think, where the motto, "It's not over till your wheel is over the line," is one to really hold on to.
And we've seen sprints for positions, key positions on the endurance climb. And we've seen positions change in literally the last 2 or 3 meters, particularly with the finish of this. This is really, really tough. This is going to be a real battle when the riders get to the very top of the race route here today, because the top of that climb with that last little kick is going to be critical. It's time to see what our riders can do. It's time to see where this all falls out. Now, Category 1 at the moment on the flatlands. At the moment, on the way in, they haven't yet hit the ascent at the moment, so you can see just making the way out and along, and not at the moment really hitting the climb. I think a steady start for this pack, no real gaps, just spread out across the road here, and that's kind of what we'd be expecting.
It is indeed the Category 1 pack rolling very, very tightly wide across the road, a very steady state pace for them. And you can see that we're in with Mina Koistonen at the moment. And you can see on the zone bar, sitting at zone 1. So a really, really easy, steady state. Catherine Fu also sitting at that pace as we drop in with a number of the riders. So we've got Kate McCarthy, the world champion on our screen on the left. Francesca Tomasi, one of the riders, the rider from Italy who climbs really strongly. Going to be interesting to see how she goes today. Gabby Guerre at their very early doors, the Brazilian rider, but living in the USA. And Nicole Mayer from the United States as well. So whether they are, I do actually just thinking about that. That is evening, morning, middle of the night on your screen at the moment. Now, all 4 of those riders will go well today on this climb, and it's going to be really interesting to see them race and race hard. McCarthy already up and out the saddle, pushing on strongly on the first climb, and they've literally just started to go up. Look at the group.
They have. You saw that answer though coming from Gabby Guerra very quickly there. The move went from McCarthy, a very quick answer from Guerra. Guerra goes on the wheels. McCarthy just eases back just a touch there, which then means that the rest of the riders have started to coalesce around McCarthy. Bruni, Mayer, Tomasi, Guerra, Alberg, all pretty much together on the screens. There's hardly anything to separate them. The leading three though at the moment, Guerra and Alberg leading just on the front. There are actually two riders there, hardly separated on the road, with the world champion in the world championship stripes alongside twice world champion Kate McCarthy. Very much the rider that everybody will be watching to see. When does she make a move? How does she make her move? Can the rest of the riders keep her under control today?
Well, to be honest, on paper, this is the type of course that suits Kate McCarthy down to the ground. She's a consummate climber. Alberg and Guerra, Bruni, Tomasi, Mayer, they're all going to be in the mix and battling hard. And it's going to be really, really an interesting one to watch. Well, category 2 at the moment on the right-hand side of your screen, we're at the 4.4 kilometre marker. And Karamani still climbing really strongly. She took a second place on the Sunday Race Club in the latter parts of 2025. And she's coming out in 2026, well, with intention.
She certainly is. Before category 2 get to the top of the climb, let's just round up category 3, because I don't think we rounded up category 3 going through our first climb checkpoint. Christy Tracy went over the line first. She was the first rider to go over in category 3 over the first of our checkpoints. She took 5 points. It was Tilla Lucas who took 4, Vanessa Murray who took 3, Liliana Silva who took 2, Hannah Hakkinen who took 1. We did have a time gap for Tracy back, but then the rest of the riders reasonably close together. The top 8 certainly going clear of the rest of that race field, but well spread out once you start going a little bit further down through the fields, dependent on how these riders want to race this climb. We're back in with category 1. We're in with the Sweat Sensations at the moment. 3 of the Sweat Sensations team. Remember, the team is Guerra, Fua, Bruni, and Mayer, and just Bruni not on our screens. The 3 riders who definitely are going to be looking to take it to the finish here today, getting the practice. And you think of a squad where you've got Gabby Guerra and you've got Catherine Fua, 2 medalists at the World Championships in that squad. It's such a strong squad. They're backed up by Nicole Mayer, who's having an absolutely phenomenal season. Really is improving time and time again. I'm really, really impressed by just how well she's riding and how she is improving. And I think that's the thing. When you first start in cycling and you first jump on the bike, the gains come quickly. When you reach the level, the elite, the very top, the 0.001% of the population that can be our elite riders, the gains are so hard to come by. They're so minimal, the gains that you get. She's really improved a lot, and that takes some doing.
Yeah, so category 1 on our screen at the 3.8 kilometre marker. Category 2 at the 5K. Category 4, interesting here because we're seeing the leader, Christy Tracy, just being taken by the group there and being off the back. Whereas in category 6, Monica Falana, who we saw ride clear on the first climb, still tapping a really strong rhythm in the race. It's around 1 minute 28 back to Petrova and Arrayas with Izzo Kallio, who are the 3 riders in the chase group in that category 6 race.
So on the right-hand side of your screen, the leader holding position. Left-hand side of your screen, Lam Kong, the rider that Emma was just saying, just yo-yoing a little bit off the back of this group, maybe just using this as a bit of recovery, maybe just taking a bit of a breather and fueling today. Some riders, when they take on board fuel, they slow down, they just ease off. Whereas when you make your way up and you go on to the climb and you're good at eating on board, you're not going to slow down as much. So some riders will slow off, some riders don't. I think also you've got that thing about where riders go quick and where they go slow as well. So it's going to be really interesting to see how the riders play, how this plays out. Category 1 on the left-hand side of your screen, still a good group together here. This main pack still holding position, but it is the main pack, right hand side of your screen, the category 6 with the breakaway. In between categories 2, 3, 4, and 5, and this is category 2. So our penultimate set of riders to leave the pens, with Katerina Karamani looking to take away the first of our checkpoint points. 5 points, 4, 3, 2, and 1 available. Brown is closing in now. She's at 4 seconds. It was out at 6. It's come down a little bit. Karamani really digging deep here as she's playing that balancing act at the moment, I think, of how hard do you go for the points? How much energy do you expend once that banner is in sight, which it is for Karamani? She knows that she's got the option here to maybe just take a little bit of a pressure off. But you know what? I'm not sure I would risk it. I wouldn't be that brave. Brown is coming. 3 seconds now.
Well, Karamani, one of the riders coached by world champion Jason Osborne, and it's really shaken up her racing, being part and parcel of his coaching squad. Well, Karamani doing the business there, and what a great first climb for her. Putting on those polka dots. Now is the time to recover. Jenny Eck, Lizzie Brooke, all behind. It's a really, really great group behind. So Karamani takes 5 points. Jenny Eck takes 4. Rachel Brown takes 3. Lizzie Brooke takes 2. Joanna Kalman takes 1. In the group, Charlotte Lucas is there. Sarah Roach is there. Schneider, Gorea, and Thompson just slightly further back. And then a gap to Nielsen, Otto, Marb, and Kirsty Heber-Smith.
So the riders are well and truly out onto the course. All of our riders on the varying points of the climb. In category 1, on the left-hand side of your screen, Kate McCarthy, the world champion, has got company at the moment in the shape of Gabby Guerra, but that is the only company left with the world champion, because Camilla Arberg and the rest of that group that we saw now at 8 seconds. So 2 leaders in category 1. The fastest riders on the road at the moment, with McCarthy, the world champion, leading twice silver medalist Gabby Guerra on this climb. The gaps are opening behind. The pace is still pretty hot, 20 kilometers an hour up this section of the climb, and that shows you just how much effort these two riders are putting in. McCarthy on the front, number 6 to 7 watts per kilo, and it's McCarthy on your screens with that world champions jersey in the background behind. That Precision Nutrition lined up alongside her. The coach alongside as well, coach, mentor, tactician,
Dylan Kennett.
Yes.
Well, can I just say, when you go into the pain cave with McCarthy, dancing on the pedals really is the phrase that sort of epitomizes McCarthy's style. And she makes it look so easy. And I know it's not, because when you get to the end of the race and you go into that pain cave with Kate McCarthy, she lays everything out on the line when she races. And so does Gabby Guerra. It's one of the things I do love about both of these races. They have given 100% every single time they race, if not more. And you see it written across their faces, written across their bodies at the end of the race. And it is just absolutely fantastic. Both of them, real look of concentration on the face. Both of them up and out the saddle, dancing on those pedals. These are two women who battle week in, week out racing. And it is world-class racing you get to see on the Sunday Race Club every single week.
It is. They are two. I always say that the course really is the canvas upon which our riders paint the picture that is the racing. And sometimes you get this battle between two great artists, and you've got and they are absolutely at the top of their tree. McCarthy and Guerra battling it out there. McCarthy taking away that checkpoint prize. They're taking away maximum points. The two riders now have to make that decision. Do they keep on pushing, or do they ease back? I can't imagine McCarthy understands the concept of backing off.
Neither does Gabby Guerra.
No.
Well, Kate McCarthy leads through category 1, 14 minutes 24 seconds. Katerina Karamani we saw lead through category 2. Christy Tracy led through category 3. Lam Kong, we saw pick up those points in category 4. And Jessica Majewska takes category 5 through, and Monica Falana led through category 6. It's going to be a really interesting race here. And McCarthy, has picked up the win on the endurance climb before. I am going to caveat it. Jakob, you are correct. This course is slightly different. It is 8 meters less in total. Ascent in terms of climb. And one or two of the climbs are slightly shorter than they have been historically, but pretty much the course records on the endurance climb should give you a pretty much an idea of how fast these categories will race today. It shouldn't be too far out. McCarthy, 1 hour, 24 minutes, 28 seconds last time.
And it gives you a good comparison, doesn't it? It's a good indicator. And I think 8 meters difference in ascent is going to be minimal, given that we are climbing today for 1,432 meters. It's a minimal. I don't ask me to do the percentage. It's minimal compared to the differences we're going to see potentially because of the wind, because of people's training, because of people's form.
But can I just say, if I was one of the riders, I'd be reveling in the fact that the differences are the flats are slightly longer. Even if it's only 300 meters, that's more flat.
It depends. Yeah, well, depends if you get caught back on a flat when you're away.
That's true, actually. Well, Monica Falana is the rider in polka dots in category 6, and she's been doing a sterling job. She's coming towards the top of the second climbing checkpoint now. Her gap has shrunk slightly. Lenka Petrova doing a sterling job behind in category 6 on that second climb. And about the setting your rhythm is really, really important, and that's what's really going to see you through. Now, Majewska in category 5, she's got company, and it really is great company. Radical Hall is there. Monica Raps is there too. But the group is around 7 riders in this leading category 5 group, and they are starting to weave their way into the top 10 of category 6, catching the earliest starting race.
They are indeed, and the number that they're looking for is 12.5. That's 12.5 kilometers, because that is where our next checkpoint is. The first rider there should be Falana, who's on the right-hand side of your screen, certainly in terms of leaders. We're then going to see a lot of the category 6 race field come through. On the right-hand side of your screen, you can see what we know as the nearby list. The riders that are nearby to Falana, they're all behind Petrikova, along with Isa Kallio, along with Gaviria, Arias, Limbaga, and Notes. They're the top 7 riders at the moment, with Falana, the rider at the moment, just easing back a little bit on those pedals. She knows that she's got the gap. You can see Falana represented by that single disc just riding its way towards the archway on the satellite view on the top right-hand side of your screen. And just at the base of that screen, just hidden away, there's the bunch of riders with those purple discs together. But as we go over the top of Endurance Climb 2, the first rider goes over the line. Falana extends her lead at the top of the standings. Behind, it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out in category 6, because when we came through for the first time, it was Isa Kallio, followed by Notes, followed by Gaviria, by Petrikova, and they are not in that order at the moment on the climb. So there's going to be some changes in position behind our leader, but our leader now adding a further 5 points, making her total 10, and a 2-point gap, the minimum that there will be behind. I suspect there will be at least 3 points between her and anybody else.
Well, 6 riders still in the lead group in category 5. Brooke Samuel, Jacqueline Almeida, and Jermaine Prado, all in the category 5 race. Prado is indeed in this leading group with Mehrnhout, Majewska, Santos, Cahool, Wilhelm is there as well. They are climbing so strongly. But take a look at that shot, that bridge suspended over the gully on the mountain as they continue to climb at the 11.5 kilometre marker. They have got to get that 12.5 kilometre point to get to that next polka dot banner.
And in terms of category 5, the riders who took points last time out, Majewska took 5, Santos took 4, Mehrnhout took 3, Alza took 2, and Bago took 1. So we are going to see some changes in category 5. as well. Maybe not necessarily our leader. That all depends on how Majuska approaches and then takes out the run to that polka dot banner. Category 1 at the moment, they're at the 9.2 kilometre mark, or our leaders are at the moment. Good to get a shot here of McCarthy, Guerra, and Alberg. They're our top 3 riders at the moment. Now, Camilla Alberg is a rider who, Emma, you have touted very much as being a rider to watch when we come on to the climbs.
Yeah, she's really, really strong, and she's been getting stronger. They are indeed not that far behind Julia Montgomery in the Category 2 race. So Kate McCarthy and Gabby Guerra coming up onto Montgomery's wheels, and Montgomery is going to see those 2 riders come past. Camilla Alberg, around 14 seconds back. She's doing a great job of holding Guerra and McCarthy and setting herself up for what could be a very strong 3rd position at the moment in that Category 1 race. And she really is riding strongly, so great to see Julia Montgomery up and out the saddle, continuing to push in that Category 2 race. But it just shows you the pace of McCarthy and Guerra and Alberg, the fact that they've caught a rider of Julia Montgomery's class this early in this race.
And Julia Montgomery actually put in a really good ride. I was just having a little look through some of the numbers that we have access to behind the scenes. And she's really riding well in her category. She's riding way above what the numbers would suggest. So a real, really strong ride there by Montgomery to hold off these riders so long and to be ahead of quite a number of riders in Category 2. Really putting a strong ride on the climb. McCarthy and Guerra, though, the 2 leaders in Category 1, they will be setting, I'm sure, the fastest time to the top of the summit of today's race route. Remember, you can ride the endurance climb. You could be going across this subterranean cavern on the elevated wooden roadway that takes its way around, coming up from the pillars, making the way around to the top of the climb and making their way in to the top of this section. But remember, each of our climbs, and there are 5 climb checkpoints on the way, are tough, and you can see the gap between Guerra and McCarthy at the moment. McCarthy at 7.5 watts per kilo, and it's stretching the gap here. It's a very long, steep, and consistently steep section. It is a slight tailwind as these riders come around here. The wind's blowing and swirling the way through the caverns. They do stay actually consistent to the race route direction, so not affected by the world outside. The wind does take effect underground. And it's not affected by buildings or trees or anything else by the side.
Well, can I just say, these 2 riders climbing so strongly, the Category 2 group they're about to catch includes Anna Svardström, Anne-Marie Lipp, Camilla Miros, Manshandi, Proust. It is a class group. Yep. And take a look at that. Heather Shanks on your screen at the moment is about to see the world champion, who started 5 minutes behind her, come past her at the 10-kilometre marker. Now, we often do say, we often do wonder whether Kate McCarthy could actually overtake the entire race field. Today could be the day.
It's a great target, isn't it? And I think that's one of the things. It's a target. When you see the world champion come through, do you take inspiration? Do you try and go on board? Do you just pull that little bit? Or do you just sit and wonder and just think, wow? Because that's what I think. When a great rider comes past, I always just go, wow. That was quite a lot, really.
Yeah, I'm just leaving that moment there. Well, Heather Shanks on your screen. I'm hoping she's warmed up enough to take those big gloves off. Now, Category 5, Majuska, coming to that 12.5 kilometre marker, which is the 2nd checkpoint. She's got Christy Tracy, actually, from the Category 3 race field, not far behind her, also about to come to that point. But Majuska in Category 5, she took the polka dots in that earlier climb. She's going to cement that with another 5 points on endurance climb number 2. Randika Hall, Sophie Merenhout, Maria Wilhelm, they're around 5, 6, 7 seconds behind. But Christy Tracy in Category 3 is doing a phenomenal job as she's worked her way through that Category 4 race field to come to that point as well.
She's overtaken the entire Category 4 race field. Yeah. She's working her way through Category 5 and 6 riders at the moment. So at the moment, Christy Tracy on a phenomenal ride.
Veronika Vochkova, I'm just going to say, has just come through as well in lead of that Category 4 race with Helen McKay close on her wheel.
So that is climb checkpoint number 2 at the 12.5 kilometre mark of this 35 kilometre route, the checkpoint's coming at 5.7k, 12.5k, 18.5k, 24.7 kilometers, and 30.9 kilometers. The most important checkpoint of all, though, is not for a climb prize, it's for the overall race. 35.0k in total, 1,432 meters of ascent on today's route, based on the endurance climb. And at the moment, as you can see, riders spread right the way out. Another of our polka dot jersey wearers, Katerina Karamani, on our screen spots on the left-hand side.
Wow.
In person, the avatar on the right-hand side got a 42-second gap on Lucas and Roach, which is phenomenal. But my goodness, you can see Karamani is working for it, very much out of the saddle, having to force those pedals around. Joanna Kalman, very interesting different style. Saddle down there, we can see in person tapping out a rhythm. And for me, on a climb of this distance, it's more sustainable to be sat down. You do expend more energy. You produce more force, but you expend more energy out of the saddle. It's indisputable. However, that doesn't mean that it's a bad move being out of the saddle on the tough parts of the climb if you can recover in between.
Well, can I just tell you something? Because Katerina Karamani, the leader in the Category 2 race, is around 150 metres ahead of Kate McCarthy on the left-hand side of your screen, who's just gone past Kirsty Heber-Smith. Joanna Kalman in this chase group, we can see her on our screen. She's got company, Charlotte Lucas, Jenny Eck, Sarah Roach. This is the chase group. This is the group of riders chasing Katerina Karamani, and it's a strong chase group. Do you know, for me, Kalman's doing a fabulous job here, and she's in the right place. Karamani is off the front and she's working hard, and that's the race she wants to ride today. But this chase group is a strong one, and they've got the help of each other, which I think for me is where I would want to be. They are about to see a very fast approaching Kate McCarthy, though, because she's about to go past the chase group in the Category 2 race.
So indeed, Joanna Kalman just seeing McCarthy go alongside and past at the moment. The gap is open between McCarthy and Guerra, the rider who managed to stay with McCarthy for as long as possible. But McCarthy, the world champion, now has her sights set on going from the chase group, which is behind, as you can see, in the green in Category 2 to the leader of Category 2. So a quick reminder, Category 6 left the pens first, then Category 5, then 4, then 3, then 2, with the final group of riders away, Category 1. It means that Category 1 have the most riders to catch and chase, potentially out on the race routes. All of the riders can draft each other. So if you were feeling incredibly crazy, you could jump on the wheel of McCarthy and get some of the draft, because McCarthy traveling quickly. But because we're on the climb, unless it is a real headwind section, then there's not that much draft available to the riders. When they are drafting, the numbers will go green. The power that you can see there with a little lightning bolt to the side will give you an indication of the power. And when it goes green in the drafts, how much draft is indicated by the chevrons alongside. So 3 chevrons means that they're really in the draft. The thing is, once you're on the climb, the speeds go down, draft effect is minimized. If it's tailwind, that's minimized further. Still, it is really just a test of you, your body, your mind, your willpower versus the climb.
Well, can I just say the interesting in the stats differential between McCarthy and Karamani. Kate McCarthy, well, I know from watching her week in, week out that 162, 163 beats per minute, she's working hard. Katerina Karamani at 186, working hard as well. You can see it written all over her face. But I think that's a really interesting stats change for, you know, that heart rate position for our viewers to take a note of, because we regularly say heart rates are personal, and you can't compare them. You can't say because Karamani's at 187, she's working harder than McCarthy. She's not. It is personal, and that's a really great example on our screen of what we say week in, week out.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with you there. Basically, I think McCarthy has more capacity left than Karamani personally, but I think it's very difficult to say, dependent on where those riders are and what effort they're putting in. Certainly, it's written all over the face of Karamani here. It's so difficult to tell, isn't it, how a rider's going. I always think when you're going on the limit, some riders, I mean, Katarina Caramani, and I agree with what you say, she really is putting out, I mean, this is a phenomenal heart rate up there, 186, I think I'd go pop, but we just saw the draft going in as we saw McCarthy go past there. Caramani just sitting back down here on this section as we come up, the gradient though still, it's 11.5%. And that moment you sit down, that really can jelly the legs. So this is the moment you've really got to keep digging in.
Yeah, the second of our 5 climbs today is indeed the steepest with the average gradient of 10.7%. It does get, I was going to say it does get easier from then on with 8% and 7%. But this really is the steepest one. And I was going to say, you've almost warmed up on number 1 and then number 2 really hits you with a bang. But McCarthy climbing so strongly. She's now gone past all of the Category 2 race field who started 5 minutes ahead of her. And she's now working her way through Category 3. But McCarthy just doing the business. She's doing what she does. She's tapping her own rhythm. And that's what a lot of these riders are doing. Caramani, Christy Tracy still doing a great job. And, that Category 3 climb, she's now climbed up into 7th on the road overall. In those polka dots at the 16.1 kilometre marker. Monica Falana, the Category 6 leader, who is leading on the road at the moment, is around 650 metres ahead of her.
And that's not a lot of distance on this climb, the way that these riders are climbing. If you think McCarthy at the moment's at 12K, she's got 4 kilometres to close down in terms of distance on the road to the lead to Tracy, just over 4 to close down to the very first rider on the road. I think this is going to be very, very interesting to see whether she can close these riders down. And that motivation when you are out and racing and riding, it really is key. For me, yes, you've got to have the fitness, you've got to have the lung power, you've got to be able to ride strongly. But for me, this is a head game, this climb. This is all about the ability to sit and to do your ride, even if you are racing against people and you ride it as a racer, looking at responding and moving, you still got to know your capacities and when to push and where to push, and know that you may well improve as you go on, and other people may take themselves over the limit and then go back.
And psychology, I think, is a really important aspect. You are quite right. It's Kate McCarthy goes under the Endurance Climb 2 banner. She's gone through that point at 32 minutes 2 seconds, and she is doing a sterling job. But Gabby Guerra not that far behind. She's around 29 seconds behind Kate McCarthy. And I think you're right, Matt. I think, particularly this race, the endurance climb, is about psychology as well as physiology, because near enough, or if not every single rider out there on the course today, at some point will want to go, I've had enough. And it's about pacing that effort, continuing to believe in yourself and just riding. Katerina Caramani has just gone underneath the Climb 2 banner as well, as the head of the Category 2 race. And you can see there on your screen, Kate McCarthy taking the Category 1 race through at 32 minutes 2 seconds. Katerina Caramani leading through Category 2. Christy Tracy doing a sterling job out there for the Riot 3 squad, leading through Category 3. Veronika Wojcikova leading through Category 4. Yet again, Majewska leads through Category 5 and Falana leads through Category 6. All of those riders out there on course. The flat intermediaries between the climbs. It's Endurance Climb 3 that will face them soon. Gabby Guerra on that flat section, continuing to work and continuing to drive strongly, as she too has gone past the entire Category 2 race field. These Category 1 racers, the climbing ability is just phenomenal.
Yes, phenomenal climbing across the board here. Category 1 onto this flat section, one of those moments where you take that respite, you take that breather, you take in some real oxygen, really suck that up. And for me, one of the things that this reminds me of, this climb and the amount of climbing, it's not all that long ago, went out and rode the Col de Tourmalet in the Pyrenees. And the Tourmalet for me is one of these climbs. It's long. It's actually longer. than this. But for me, it has these same step sections. It's got these sort of same way markers. You know, when you get to the top of this second climb, that you're coming in round over the top. You've got these big views out to the side, and there's the same sections as you go up the Col de Tourmalet. You sort of look across the side, and you can look down, and you can see the sort of the road sweeping its way, widening its way up from the bottom of the Tourmalet. It's two sides to the Tourmalet. As there is to most climbs. They're not all climbs end in a dead end at the top where you turn around and come back down again. But for me, the Tourmalet really is. It's one of those climbs where you've got a chance to reset a few times, not just with an ice cream halfway up. I might have done that.
Well, it is an interesting one, actually. So, for those of you who have been out mountain climbing, you can, the Col de Tourmalet, 16.9 kilometres long, 1,266 metres of vertical ascent, compared to 35 kilometres, 1,432 metres of vertical ascent that our riders are facing today.
Yes, but that's just Col de Tourmalet, and I did ride to get there. In fact, I rode 2 more cols to get there.
Well, if you have been
I've got
out
to
and
make the
about
most of
in
it.
the Pyrenees, it does give you an idea of the challenge facing our racers today. They've passed through Endurance Climb 2, well, the head of each of the 6 races have, and are on that way to Endurance Climb 3. You can see 8.2% average gradient, the Climb 3, 8.7% Climb 4, 7.4%. Yes, the final climb, I was going to say, is the easiest, but take a look at the wind as well. There's a tailwind to start, then a headwind section as we get towards the top of that. In fact, that headwind is blowing on Endurance Climb 4 as well. So making those final 2 climbs a little bit more challenging.
It's going to really make things tough, I think. And the other thing is, you've got that cumulative effect. The further up you climb up onto this race route, it's like you would see on a stage. The same climb. So let's say the Col de Saint-Gorson, for example. Or the Col de Aspin. So the Col de Aspin, if you put it at the start of a stage, it'll be a category 2 climb. If you put it at the end of a stage, it's a horse category climb. It's the same climb, it's the same terrain, but you need to take into account the cumulative damage that is being done to the riders each and every time that they make their way up the climb. Each time they're expending energy, they're having to refuel, and fueling today is key. Making sure that you are fueled not just of the before your ride, but actually the day before your ride, making sure that you're going into the day with your hydration levels right up there, that you're fueled right up, that you're properly recovered and rested. Because if you go into this, there's so many wearables and so much tech out there to tell you when you've recovered and when you haven't.
Well, let's just take a look now, because that Category 1 race has gone through that Endurance Climb 2 checkpoint. We saw McCarthy go through in 1 and Guerra go through in 2. Camilla Alberg goes through in 3. Mel Bruni goes through in 4. Nicole Mayer in 5. Francesca Tomasi, Kristen Kolczynski, those 3 riders are all together. Mina Koinston, Elise Gallegos, those 2 are together. Bassoni, Caramello, Kiddle, Van Hooling are all there too, continuing to move and continuing to climb strongly today.
So you can see our riders on our screens in person. We can see the avatar of Gabby Guerra tapping out that rhythm onto this climb, onto this 9.3 section. She's moved away across the flatlands up onto the climb. The gap starting to open up between the riders we saw on the profile. The third of our climbs, the midway on the checkpoints. Don't forget, of course, we have that little kicker at the very end of the race route here today to take us over that finishing line. It's going to be very, very tough indeed. The riders at the moment, well, most of those leaders now on to the third of our climb checkpoint. Just in with Nicole Mayer's avatar at the moment on that flatland section. You can just see she's going to get that view as you come around this right-hand turn. It opens out, you come out of the trees. It's slightly less tunnel-like and slightly more open. That generally gives you a little bit of an uplift feeling, and every little bit counts when you're out on our race route. At the moment, we're going to take a little bit of a look. You can see McCarthy on the left-hand side of your screen, Category 1 leader, Category 2 leader, right-hand side of your screen. They're separated now by 400 meters because McCarthy in front of Caramani. Caramani doing a great job, as is McCarthy, as are all of our riders. And remember, There are over 600 and how many was it, Emma?
Today,
Yes, in total.
so we have around 630 riders today across the two race fields, the men's and the women's. And you know, some really interesting numbers, actually.
Yeah, it is. For me, what I would like to say is if you're out there, there are over 600 other people doing what you're doing today, getting on your bike and racing on the Sunday Race Club. And if it's feeling tough right now, wherever you are in the race field, we're not all the world champion. For most of us, this is about challenging ourselves as much as it is about racing other people here, particularly on the endurance climb. Keep digging in, keep on going. Pain is temporary. Once you've got to the top, once you've done it in some races, you've done it. It's in the bank. It's ticked off. It's extra kilometres that you've ridden. It's all going to make you better for next week's race and the week after and the week after. When you see a climb and it says, oh, we're going to go climb and our race route today is 700 metres. Maybe previously you'd go,
700
exactly.
meters.
You know, you might have gone, oh, 700, that's a lot. After this, 700 metres? Yeah. Well, it's a piece of cake.
Piece of cake. Well, talking about numbers, we are obviously in the first Sunday Race Club of 2026 and 193 women on the start sheets today. For the first qualifier in January in 2025, there were 141 women. So a growth of over 50 riders this year. And that's pretty consistent with the numbers. We are around 200 riders and racers on the women's race. Paola Mongeli, one of those. She's with Natalia Anderlin at the moment, side by side at the 17-kilometre mark. She's taken the glasses off. I knew at some point she would need to. The concentration and the work required here as she sees Kate McCarthy come up onto her wheel and go past her, and would require the champagne bottle glasses to go.
Just put the mic in position. Paul Mongeli and Natalie Anderlou, both teammates on their squad. So both riding for that Femme Cycle Club 4B squad. So nice to see the two working really well together here. The riders on that squad, Kong and Vanapana.
Do you know, Mongeli was part and parcel of the winning team last week in Category 5 before she progressed to Category 4. In fact, the FCC pedal artists, they did the 1, 2, 3 actually in that Category 5 race. Prado, Mongeli and Erovec. In fact, Anderlin was fourth. So in fact, whilst only 3 riders counted, they put 4 riders in the top 4 in that Category 5 race. What a squad.
Yeah, it was strength in depth, but squads changed, riders changed, people changed position, and positions have changed at the very front of the race with Christy Tracy now going over the top of Monica Falana. The 2 polka dot skin suit attired riders, the leaders of Category 3 and Category 6 respectively. But Christy Tracy at the moment really climbing strongly.
Yeah, she is in Category 3, but Tia Tuklus is not that far behind, around 20 seconds. So that Category 3 race really still, well, I don't think Christy Tracy, well, she's not clear for the win yet.
She's not. She's not clear for the win yet. And just, I mean, I'm looking at the numbers at the moment, just in the background, and she's not necessarily on paper the best climber, but she's certainly the rider who set out to make her mark here today, and has gone clear, has got that gap. Further back, it's going more according to the numbers, but we will see it. You have a good day. You have a good day.
Well, I always think, you know, sometimes the numbers don't tell the whole story, do they? No. Because actually you don't know what the rider's been doing. You don't know how fatigued they are. You don't know what life's been going on. You know, it could be somebody's birthday and they could have been eating far too much cake. Can you ever eat far too much cake? There's a good question.
The answer to that is sadly yes. You can eat too much cake. Much as I hate to admit such a thing, indeed that is.
Well, the Category 3 riders are really now coming thick and fast through that endurance climb 3 checkpoint. Christy Tracy we saw go through 56 minutes 22 seconds. Tia Tulukas going through in 2. Vanessa Murray in 3. Hannah Hakkinen in 4. Liliana Silva going through in 5, but she's got Carrie Stewart right on her wheel.
So as the riders make their way up the climb, I'm going to do a little bit of housekeeping, a little bit of MyWhoosh housekeeping coming up for a little while, because MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club is one of the key ways that we reward riders here on MyWhoosh. MyWhoosh paying out big prize money. Going to give you a quick heads up. Get onto social media at MyWhoosh across social media because we have a treasure hunt coming to MyWhoosh this year for some real life treasure out there. It's only out there for 1 hour in every month, and you need to find it. If you find it, you get a share of the treasure. It's that straightforward. There are conditions. You need to have a little check. You can get hold of all of the details on the MyWhoosh website. You can get the details sent to you if you subscribe to the MyWhoosh newsletter, that can email that comes out. And of course, you need to be making sure you keep an eye on at MyWhoosh on social media. The checkpoint, the place out there is hidden. Nobody knows where it is. There are conditions that you have to have fulfilled beforehand, so make sure you read the rules, just like you would do for the Sunday Race Club. But it's a way that even if you don't race Sunday Race Club, you have a chance of picking up some real dosh, real money. So the riders out on course at the moment in the Sunday Race Club. Each and every week, MyWhoosh bringing you big prize money on the Sunday Race Club, as well as great competition. Every single one of the riders verified, the verification process exhaustive. It's the same as used in the UCI World Championships, pretty much. It is across all of those riders. You can find out the details. It's not hidden. It's not one person taking a look at your numbers. It's a big team of people behind the scenes, looking at the numbers, looking at the stats, as well as it being computer AI checked as well. You could be racing this. Get on your bike. Download MyWhoosh across iOS, Android, and on Windows. Come and join us on Sunday Race Club. Come and race these riders. Who's our latest point scorers? And we've got a few more results in from across the climbs.
We do indeed. We've just seen Kate McCarthy go through that checkpoint, and she's absolutely motoring. 45 minutes, 59 seconds. She goes through endurance climb 3. She's the first rider from category 1 to do so. No category 2 riders through yet. Christy Tracy, as we said, Tulakis, Murray, Hackenen, Silver, and Stewart going through it there. McKay leading through category 4. Veronika Voshikova, who had the polka dot skin suit, she probably still has, but going through in second. Ciciolka, Johnson, and Tomta going through there as part and parcel of the top 5. Randa Cahul leading through category 5. Helia Santos, the early leader, being caught on that third climb. Jeremy Prado, Sophie Menhout, Majuska, and Wilhelm going through as well. And then in category 6, Monica Falana led them through. Around 1 minute and 5 seconds still clear of the chase. The chase being led by Izzo Kallio, Petrova, and Gavaria Arrayas behind. The only riders we are looking to come through that point at the moment who have not been through are indeed the Category 2 riders, and it was Katerina Karamani who was leading them last time. She's still leading at the moment, but in Category 1, the battle is on. Gabby Guerra has now gone through that point, but while Francesca Tomasi is the rider we are in with at the moment, she's climbing and climbing strongly. She's at the 17.8 kilometre marker. She's got around, 650 meters to go until she gets to the checkpoint. But last time it was Alberg, Bruni, Meyer, and Tomasi, along with Kulczynski, who were the riders chasing hard behind.
5 paying Ks, 5 riders, 5 incredible athletes in action in Category 1, all making their way up this climb. Francesca Tomasi, the avatar and person represented at the moment, the rider on the left-hand camera in the pain cave, and the avatar out of the saddle, also dancing their way up this climb here. And the endurance climb, one of the many worlds on MyWhoosh, all available to you. Get yourselves on board, jump on and ride. Francesca Tomasi, just over a year ago, she was taking a little look, wanted a different challenge in life. She saw the World Championship finals live in Abu Dhabi, thought, oh, that looks great fun. Want to have a go at that. Jumped on board, got herself the setup, came out and raced the World Championships in 2025, the live in-person finals in Abu Dhabi, all part of MyWhoosh's commitment to the UCI, the UCI's cycling esports partner for 2024, 25, and 2026 so far. And great to see Tomasi continuing her progression along with all of the other riders. Jennifer Goslander, one of our riders who's we've seen progress through, one of our more recent additions into category one, a rider who showed that she had the sprint and the climb, the determination, and clearly has what it takes up there and battling in category one as well. All these riders in action on that same race route as all the rest of this race field, and that's the thing. You come out and race on a Sunday Race Club, you're racing against your category, but you also get to see what other riders are doing from the world champions. You know, there's not that many cycling disciplines. You can't go on a downhill track and take on, Valley Hall or Goldstone in the men's when you're racing in downhill. You're not going to go out and go ride the same downhill courses and kill yourself.
Well, you could if you had the skills to do it.
But that's
But it's not quite the same.
And you certainly couldn't start out and just jump on and do that.
No.
You could take. Well, you can jump on and race. You can jump on and ride. You could be one of our riders here. We've just seen Sebra Alray, another of our riders who's progressed her way up through to category 4. Watching riders coming through. Just seeing going alongside Magnus, one of our newer riders in category 2. Coming alongside, you can see our category 3 riders. And they're just in front. That's Kleberova. Just behind Emma Sonnerson of category 5. All these categories now spread out across the endurance climb. Our leaders, though, steadily making their way up this climb. Remember, our checkpoints, our 2 final checkpoints at 24.7 kilometers for checkpoint 4 and 30.9 kilometers for checkpoint 5 before we get to our finish line at 35 kilometers. Tracy, at the moment, on the road at 22.7k, 1.1k ahead of a flying Kate McCarthy.
Yeah, she is. And it's an interesting one, isn't it? Because, we did banter a little bit while ago that Kate McCarthy could work her way to the front of the race overall. She's currently up to 20th. And let's just caveat this. Category 6 started first, 10 minutes before Category 5. Who you adding up?
Okay, this could be entertaining for
so
everybody
10 minutes before Category 5, who started 5 minutes before Category 4. Then it was another 5 minutes to Category 3. Then we had a 10-minute break before Category 2 came out the start pen, and a further 5 minutes before Category 1 left the start pen. So,
are you going to ask me how many minutes that is?
Yeah.
I'm just let me get my socks off and just count on my toes. Hang on. 35.
Yes.
There you go.
So Kate McCarthy started
minutes.
35 minutes behind the first starting Category 6 race, and she's now worked her way up into, 18th overall. She's just gone past Randika Hall, who's doing a brilliant job in Category 5. Rebecca Johnson on your screen at the moment, who is climbing really strongly. And in the top 5 at the moment in Category 4. She's just seen Kate McCarthy go past her as well. And Johnson pushing on to get onto the wheel of Cece Olka at the moment and continue to rise strongly. And look at that, motivated by seeing the world champion go past. Rebecca Johnson picks up the mantle and continues the charge in Category 4.
So the ascension of Kate McCarthy, she's taken 2 world titles. She's taken a record number of wins on the Sunday Race Club. She's now looking for that accolade of having passed the entire race field after setting off in Category 1 as our last riders to leave the pens. It's looking good. He's currently just approaching, just heading for 2/3 race distance. Remember, going to 35 kilometers. So at the moment, McCarthy looking on target to lead our riders home over the line. All 6 race categories leaving the pens. If you think our course designers are mean putting this in, it is a request
something for everybody
from the riders. It is a regular request from riders. Please, can we go to the endurance climb? It's not everybody's cup of tea. It's not everybody's flavour of things to do in their time when they're out on the bike. But as Emma said, variety is what we're here for. Lots of different race routes, from flat sprint stages to big mountain climbs.
Well, Pamela Magully doing the business in that Category 4 race and continuing to climb and continuing to tap a rhythm. She's about to hit the 4th climb of 5 on this endurance climb. She comes towards the 21.7 kilometre marker where it is going to start. Now, all the categories are now through and over that endurance climb number 3 category. I'm just going to give you the updates on category 1 and category 2. So we saw Kate McCarthy go through in category 1 and Gabby Guerra in 2. The race behind is an interesting one. So Camilla Ahlberg is still clear in 3rd place. She's clear by over a minute of Kristen Kolczynski and Mel Bruni, who are locked together at the moment. Nicole Mayer has dropped back slightly from the group. She was about 9 seconds back. Around 9 seconds behind her was Francesca Tomasi. So I think that top 5 still being contended. Katerina Karamani still doing a phenomenal job in category 2. She went through the 3rd checkpoint at the front of the category 2 race. So that's 3 out of 3 for Katerina Karamani. Behind her, Charlotte Lucas. Now, she's just under a minute behind her. Jenny Eck is there as well. Sarah Roach, Lizzie Brooke, Joanna Kalman. And then there's a small gap back to Kirsty Heber-Smith, who has Christine Schneider for company, and Katrin Nielsen. And Hayley Simmons not far behind that with Sylvia Garea.
So those time gaps are starting to really stretch out as these riders go up each of these sections. The time gap between McCarthy and Guerra just hovering around the 50-second mark at the moment, between Guerra in 2nd and Ahlberg in 3rd place. That gap really has stretched out, and that is fast heading for 2 minutes between Guerra and Ahlberg. Between Ahlberg and Kolczynski, we're looking at a gap of about approximately 1 minute 20 seconds. Mel Bruni at the moment, while currently Bruni just holding position with Kolczynski. So 4th and 5th place still pretty close together in that category 1 race. 6th place is Mayer. She's only about 6-7 seconds down on 4th and 5th places. Tomasi a little bit further back at the moment, though. The 2 fastest riders in category 1. The leader, Kate McCarthy, on the left-hand side of your screen. 2nd place, Gabby Guerra, right-hand side of your screens. These riders up and out of the saddle, kicking on here on climb number 4 of 5 checkpointed climb sections on this race route.
Yeah, and McCarthy's just gone past Veronika Wojcikova, the rider in the polka dot skin suit in category 4. She was doing a sterling job. Helen McKay has now gone past her and is 9 seconds up the road. So McKay and Wojcikova having a real battle in category 4, as Kate McCarthy has now worked her way up into 8th overall. I'll tell you something, Gabby Guerra is doing a sterling ride as well. I think she too, in 2nd place currently in that category 1 race, could surpass the rest of the race field as well.
In a lot of ways, because this climb is very much about power, power to weight, it is very much a time trial. You know, we call a time trial the race of truth. There's nowhere to hide. It's very difficult to play tactics on a time trial, and it is here today. It really is telling. It really gives a clear indicator, not only of the performance of the riders against their own category, but of how those categories match up against each other. Because the real the only point where we had any differences due to the speed of the bunch riding was the first 2.25 kilometers.
Yeah, and like we often see when we have a flatter race, we see the 6 different race fields play very different tactics and very different strategies. And often, you know, we can see the category 3 race finish faster than the category 2 race, because the category 2 race have played cat and mouse with each other and had a very slow start. So you do see very, very different racing. You're right here on the endurance climb. You know, it is you and your legs.
There's nowhere to hide. There's nowhere to, you know, you can see that with the way that McCarthy's motoring away up here. She's into 3rd place, and she's doing that because she is the world's best. It's that, you know, let's make no bounds about this. This is the world champion who at the moment, when she is pretty much unbeatable. And and you have to feel for all of the rest of the riders, because it's a bit like being at a road race when, as Matthew van der Poel says, it's exactly how he feels when he goes to a road race and Tadej Pogacar lies up alongside. You've got that
Doesn't
feeling
matter
of,
how good you are.
I could be on the best form of my life, but I know that if he's going to go for it, he's probably going to win it. And I think that's to some degree what everybody is doing when you're faced with McCarthy, because
so you're telling me
she's
that
absolutely
Gabby
phenomenal.
Guerra is Matthew van der Poel and Kate McCarthy is Tadej Pogacar, or is it the other way round?
Yeah, but I bet they could both beat Pogacar and Van der Poel on an esports ride.
Well, Kate McCarthy is indeed the world champion for cycling esports. Gabby Guerra took away that silver medal for 2 years running. They are absolute consummate professionals and fabulous athletes. Katerina Karamani for me. Do you know she could be an athlete who in 2026 makes that world championship final? Not putting pressure on Karamani at all.
That's interesting.
But her progression for me has been really, really good. She's about to see Kristen Kolczynski and Merle Bruni go past her. Nicole Mayer is also closing the gap down to that group. It's going to be interesting to see what Karamani does.
It is, and this is really interesting, actually, seeing the shot here with Karamani just answering Kolczynski, Bruni, and Mayer. Kolczynski, Bruni, and Mayer, they're battling it out. Quick reminder, they're in 4th, 5th, and 6th position in the Category 1 race overall at the moment. Karamani, a rider, and I agree with you, Emma, she's moved her way through these race categories. She's up to Category 2, and as reminds us, it's a short step from the top of Category 2 into the bottom of Category 1. And once you're in there, then you are with the world's best. It's a real battle for our riders. So at the moment, we are making our way up here, just kicking onwards as we see Christy Tracy, who's led through, followed by Tilla Tulakas, going through in Category 3. They're the only 2 riders to have escaped McCarthy, though, now looking as she makes her way up here. Remember, this is coming in towards the checkpoint. It's the end of that 3-kilometer checkpoint segment, the climb up to checkpoint number 4. This is going to be telling what time does she go through here in. She's absolutely flying. Just over an hour of racing on the clock.
Yeah, 61 minutes, 32 seconds at the end of section 4 out of 5 here on the endurance climb on the Sunday Race Club. Kate McCarthy refueling, rehydrating at the moment as she goes through ahead of the rest of the Category 1 race. So only 2 other riders already through that point in the race. Christy Tracy, the rider who is leading Category 3 for Riot 3, she's gone through in an hour and 15 minutes. And I tell you something, Tia Tolukas is doing a fabulous ride behind in 2nd place. She's closed the gap down to around 45 seconds to Christy Tracy in Category 3.
Well, Tilla Tulukas, one of those riders who potentially I was looking at, have been up there right at the front of the race early on. She's definitely a rider who I think could make her way through and has the potential to close. Good to see here Helen McKay right in the mix here, leading Category 4 now as she makes her way up through here. Not with that polka dot skin suit, so a little bit of a change now as she takes those points. So it's a little bit of a shift here. She takes those points. Be interested to see what happens as the rest of the riders come through. You can see here the leaders of Category 1, Category 3, and 4. And as you can see, there are only 3 leaders to have gone through this checkpoint so far, because the rest of the category riders are making their way up to that point with riders all the way down the slopes here on the endurance climb.
Yeah, Gabby Guerra has now gone through that point. 1 minute, 2 seconds back on Kate McCarthy. So she too is continuing to tap that rhythm. Christy Tracy and Tia Tolukas had gone through for Category 3. Hannah Hakkinen goes through in 3rd. Vanessa Murray in 4th. Carrie Stewart in 5th. There's a big race going on behind, actually, for those top 5 positions in Category 3, because Liliana Silva is in the mix as well as Barbara Bulwara. So Category 3, and I think, whilst Tolukas and Tracy battling out for the win, there's a big battle for 3rd, 4th, 5th.
And that's one of those things, isn't it? All the way through these race fields, there are people battling for position from first and second, third and fourth, right the way down for 42nd, 41st, all right the way through the race fields. There's always somebody to battle. And because all of our riders in all categories are on the course at the same time, it may be you're battling with a rider from a different category as well.
Well, and in category 4, we were talking about Helen McKay had gone through, and we saw her in the polka dots. Veronica Voshikova, who had held those polka dots, has gone through that checkpoint now. McKay has pulled out 59 seconds on her. What a move.
It is, but it's going to be interesting for the points overall because Vochkova was holding that polka dot skin suit going in. She's just lost 1 point.
She's still holding it.
She's
though.
still holding it, but she lost a point that time around. And what happens on this to the final climb checkpoint, and that checkpoint at 30.9k will be very telling indeed. Now, a little bit further down the slopes, a little bit further back on our race route, we're just in with Nicole Mayer, and you can see 3 riders together here. You got Mayer, Bruni, and Kolchinsky, the 3 riders in those yellow jerseys, all fighting for position. They're behind Camilla Alberg, Gabby Guerra, and Kate McCarthy, who are up the road. And at the moment, they are making their way up towards the flat plateau, the tread section of the steps that comes up, where we saw both Guerra and McCarthy drop down. They went down to 3 watts per kilo as they went over the top. They both took pretty similar deep breath and took the easy bit easy and are racing the hard bits hard.
Well, Catherine Fuhr on the bottom of your screen, Gabby Guerra on the top. Fuhr just getting up and out of the saddle, having a steadier race today. The first time we were on the endurance climb, she took the win. And she's having a steadier state climb today, but is in the mix. Guerra on the top, just on the flatter section where these 3 riders, Bruni, Kolchinsky, and Mayer, are coming up to. They're going to come around that corner and they're going to see the polka dot banner. It is the penultimate banner they are going to see on this course today. It is endurance climb checkpoint 4, just checkpoint 5 to go. They've got the transition between the flat transition between here and the start of that endurance climb at the 27.9 kilometer marker. It's a 3k climb with an average gradient of 7.4%. It is technically the easiest or easier climb of the day.
It climbs 223 meters of vertical height in those 3 kilometers. It's got not only a tailwind start, but then a headwind last half to it, pretty much. So that is going to make things tough for the riders. It's definitely going to be increasing the gradient. Now, don't forget, if you are watching live, you can get in touch on the live chat. We do keep a check on that with varying degrees of consistency.
I'm loving the fact that Mel Scriven is having the day off of racing today, but she's on the chat constantly.
Morning, Mel. It's good to see Mel, one of our regulars on camera. If you are sat there riding along thinking, oh, I could be on camera, it's really easy to do. Get yourself a camera, turn it on to landscape mode. It could be a phone, it could be a webcam, whatever you want. Go on there. Then you basically make sure that your name matches your race name. So don't put something different. Don't put nicknames in. Make sure it matches on there and join the link that is sent to you on the rider's email. It goes, it's not made public. It is on there. And we could be joining you in the paid cave. And we've joined riders across all 6 race categories, from the front of the race to the back of the race. Our race leader in terms of time at the moment, in terms of the fastest rider on race route, Kate McCarthy, the world champion. We're in with her at the moment, with 2 riders in front, 30 seconds to Talakas, 45 seconds to Tracy, 2 riders in front, but there is still plenty of race distance left. We go to 35 kilometers, but boy, we've got some serious climbing on the way up. They're just starting to make the way in to that in the category 1 race with McCarthy onto the climb. Guerra about to hit the ascent. The gradient just increasing for Guerra, gone from 3 to 4 to 5. It'll soon be at 6, then 7%. Making the way up on to this final section. And this is critical. And although that gap is big between McCarthy and Guerra, it is not insurmountable if McCarthy has gone too hard too soon. If you go in, well, if you get your fueling wrong, and we see it, even the best champions in the world can get the fueling wrong. They maybe have different factor at play. And like you said, there's life going on around you as well. And you get that fueling wrong, you maybe just don't get it right. Your body just says, you know what, today I'm just not happy. it can make that difference, and you can lose because it is a climb. You can lose so much time so quickly, and then you find yourself in trouble. And then that's when race leads change, and we see it. Even the very best champions in the world, they can have the day when they're going, it's all going great, and then it's not. So two real champions of cycling esports on the screens. Left-hand side of your screen is McCarthy. Right-hand side of your screen is Guerra, the gold and silver medalist at both the 2025 and 2024 World Championships. Your riders making the way up this climb, heading towards the summit of the endurance climb, the first of our Sunday Race Club races for 2026. Don't forget, you could get so much details and information at mywhooshinfo.com. So really simple, www.mywhooshinfo.com to get access to the main key parts of the site and lots more detail. You do need to log in with your MyWhoosh account to get into some real deep dives of who's done what, where, and when, and those riders on there. So don't forget to make sure that you are logged in to MyWhoosh. Download the app on iOS, on Windows, on Android. Get yourself out there. You could be finding yourself anything from chase fly zombies to the treasure hunt to out and racing world-class riders in a world-class race on the Sunday Race Club.
Well, let's just give you a little bit more of an update now as to where our other race fields are on this endurance climb course. Through checkpoint number 4 now have gone category 2 as well. Katerina Karamani still leading, that lead at around 45 seconds. Charlotte Lucas is the rider now doing the business behind. She's 48 seconds clear of the chase for third. Lizzie Brooke is in the mix with Joanna Kalman and Sarah Roach for third through to 5th place. Jenny Eck now just getting distanced from the group. There is Katerina Karamani. She's with Vrobel in the Category 3 race. Christy Tracy led through that Category 3 race. In second place, Tia Tolucas is still there. She's a minute and a half clear of Hannah Hakkinen, who has Vanessa Murray and Carrie Stewart, Liliana Silva as well for company. So that's the Category 3 race. In Category 4, it was Helen McKay from Veronica Vochakova. Ceciolka Johnson and Tomta are indeed battling for third through to 5th. In Category 5, well, it's Randa Hall who's now leading the charge there. Sophie Menhout has also gone over the top of Helia Santos, the early leader. Majuska and German Prado not too far behind. In Category 6, Monica Falana, well, we've seen her go through a number of the checkpoints in the lead. Isa Callio is still holding second place by around 11 seconds from Petrova. And then there's a big gap back to Angie Gaviria Ares.
So the riders spread out across this race route, and whether you're in the top 5 or the last 5 in your race category, you're all ahead of everybody who's sat on the couch at home, not getting on the bike out and racing here today. McCarthy in the race lead at the front of the race, overtaking Christy Tracy, overtaking Tila Lucas. Today is the day that she's done this. Can Gabby Guerra repeat that feat? She's on the move.
Yes.
It's going to be closer because of where those time gaps are, but
She
Guerra is absolutely motoring as well as that. And it's to be expected of our Category 1 riders. They are very much the elite of elite here on the race route. They've shown time and time again why they are in Category 1. The numbers show it, the stats show it, and the racing performances that we see, and the ability to dig deep, the ability to push. It's a real package these riders have. You can't have any weak spots in Category 1. You can maybe get away with them elsewhere, but when you reach Category 1, you've got to have everything. You've got to have that full gamut of skills, and it's happening. And we're seeing it at the moment as our two real champions dig in here. McCarthy, your twice world champion, ahead of twice silver medalist Guerra. The gap between the two riders out on the race route, it's not It's not huge. It's 300 meters, 250, 300 meters between the two riders. But in terms of time gap, that's a minute and 12 seconds.
Yeah.
That gives you a real indicator. You're talking 3 minutes to cover a K. That, we are not rocketing on. We're still doing 20K an hour, but we are not doing the 40, 50K an hour speeds.
No, but the climb does finish at 30.9, so there's 700 metres to go for McCarthy, 900 metres to go for Guerra until they get to the top of the final climb. When I say that, they've then got the 4.1 kilometre transition to the finish line, and there is a small kicker just before the line, but they will very shortly be on that flat plateau, which will take them to the finish line today. McCarthy has now made the head of the race. Guerra, I think, very shortly will be sat in second on the road as well. Both of them, what a phenomenal feat today, and a phenomenal show of strength and climbing ability. Just why they are at the top of the world. Well, we're dropping back in with Randa Cahul at the moment. She's in polka dots with the number 5 on her back. Mina Coinston and Elise Gallegos in the Category 1 race have just gone past. Cahul sitting on the wheel of Eva Estler at the moment, one of the riders in the Category 3 race. Now, this is quite interesting because today is a little bit unlike most Sunday race clubs, because normally we see packs of riders in their own category rolling on the road together. It is a plethora of different categories scattered up the climbs today, and they really are getting a good look at each other. But Randa Cahul at the moment sitting very comfortably with Eva Estler. She's got a Category 6 rider. In fact, it's the Category 6 rider who's in second place. Izzy O'Callio, who is behind. Sarah Roach, Lizzie Brooke, the riders chasing for third, fourth, and fifth in the Category 2 race, are not far back either. But as we head back now into the battle in the Category 1 race, the battle between, well, I was going to say the battle between them, but the battle for the 1 and 2. McCarthy still dancing on those pedals. Still tapping that rhythm, and that rhythm is really no different to the one she was tapping earlier. Guerra riding at pretty much the same pace now, but that gap was really set in stone on the first 2-3 climbs of the day. It's now just holding at around that 1 minute mark. McCarthy doing the business. She's going to be the first rider today to go underneath the polka dot banner for the final climb here on the endurance climb race of the Sunday Race Club. It's the 4th of January today. It's qualifier 1 for 2026, and McCarthy goes through. She heads onto the flatlands now. The pace picks up from the, to look at that, 28, 29, 30, 33, 34 kilometres an hour. The pace is picking up now as she goes on that 4-kilometre run now to the finish line.
And you can see McCarthy sit down and goes over the top, sits down, being chased here by Guerra. Guerra has in front of her Christy Tracy. That's the polka dot skin suit in front that is being closed down very quickly here by Guerra. Guerra is going to come onto the flatlands, and McCarthy is being kept honest here by Guerra. She really is keeping McCarthy on her toes. McCarthy can't afford to let that gap come back too much. Guerra has got a great kick on her to finish. We know that she's not going to give up. We know how tenacious Gabby Guerra is when it comes to a race finish, when she's looking to take away the maximum that she can from that race. Guerra now overtakes Tracy, the leader of the Category 3 race, being passed now by second place in Category 1. As underneath the endurance climb banner goes Gabby Guerra. Camilla Alberg at the moment 1 minute 30 or so behind second place Guerra. Guerra goes over the line though, and she now has work to do. She's looking to close the gap down to McCarthy. McCarthy though is still tapping out 5 watts per kilo, so she's not hanging around here. She knows the danger. She's very aware of just how good a rider Guerra is, and she knows that she cannot afford to give any ground on the way through. She's going to keep the pressure on the pedals, keep that chain tight while still riding reasonably comfortably. She doesn't want to let it all go on that very final climb of the year, that final kick up here in the very first Sunday Race Club of 2026 on the endurance climb.
Well, Christy Tracy has got Tia to look us in that Category 3 race. The battle is on there as well. 31 seconds behind at the moment. So Tracy needing to keep that power down all the way to the finish line as well. Those two riders riding and racing strongly in Category 3. But McCarthy and Guerra riding strongly and racing hard in Category 1. McCarthy, well, she's taken a small amount of. I did see it drop to around 2.7. She just brought that heart rate down, a little bit of recovery before she starts to go again and tap the rhythm to the finish line. It is January. It is the first Sunday Race Club of the year, and the world champion on the endurance climb, absolutely doing the business. She's gone from the final start of 6 races today here in the women's race field to the head of the race on the climb at the 32.6 kilometre marker. She's a minute clear of Gabby Guerra, who herself has put in a phenomenal ride today and is second on the road. She too has gone past the entire women's race field today. Only Kate McCarthy ahead of her, the world champion. What a phenomenal ride from these two women today, here to kick off 2026.
So brilliant riding, brilliant racing, and yet again showing just how good these riders are, just how good the world's best are. You put the big challenge in front of them and they answer it in space. McCarthy at the moment, 37 kilometers an hour, dancing on those pedals, really kicking out that power. And she goes in towards the final ascent, the final section of uphill road here on the endurance climb. It's going to kick all the way up into a Warzar finish. Is going to be really, really key. This is going to be all about making sure you finish this in style. McCarthy on the move in the race lead. Guerra in second place on the road. This is going to be key. This is going to be the kick for the line. At the moment, our men's riders starting to line up in the pens. I'm sure lots of them watching the race unfolding here in the women's race. We're going to be focusing as much as we can on our women coming in over the line, whilst also getting the men out from the start pens as well. The races, of course, overlapping just due to the sheer distance and the amount of ascent in both races here today. So here we go. This is the race lead. It is McCarthy leading. She's at the 33.9 kilometre mark. Gabby Guerra at the moment in second place. That gap was 1 minute. It's hovering round about between 1 minute and 1:35, depending on whereabouts they are. At the moment, the riders making the way through towards the finishing line of the women's race here on MyWhoosh on the Sunday Race Club. Riders all down the slopes. Less than 1 kilometre to go for the women's race leader. It is Kate McCarthy, who now comes around that left-hand turn, 800 metres. It's ticking down now, but in front, you come around this right-hand turn and you hit the slopes. The gradient's already started to kick in, just over 1%, but when you hit this right-hand turn, all of a sudden, there is a real ramping up. We're at 6%, 7%, 8%, 9%, 10%, 11%. It keeps on climbing, and this is that final run to the line. It can be cruel if you get overtaken, but it doesn't look like these riders are going to be coming in and through to the finish here today. So at the moment, McCarthy leading this race out here on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club, taking away the battle, taking it to everybody else, overtaking the race field. The world champion is starting 2026 in the way that she finished 2025, in winning ways. As phrases, it doesn't get any easier. You just go quicker. And you can see that written on the face of Kate McCarthy as she kicks her way up here. Guerra charging into the base of the climb. She's going to be on the climb at the same time. You can see that time gap just coming down because of the speed of Guerra. It's a lifetime gap as we come in. Guerra now about to hit those same slopes as the gradient rockets up. Both riders kicking in. McCarthy in zone 4. Guerra just kicking into zone 5 there. She went onto the gradient. Now as they come round the right-hand turn, the banner comes up in front of Kate McCarthy. It is the Sunday Race Club. The banner is in sight. The UCI Cycling Esports Partner for 2024, 25 and 26. It is MyWhoosh. MyWhoosh is here bringing you the Sunday Race Club each and every week. And we are seeing the world champion kicking off 2026 in style. Happy New Year. Happy 2026 to Kate McCarthy, your race winner, overtaking the entire race field here on MyWhoosh on Qualifier, race number 1.
Well, Kate McCarthy continues to spin those legs, but the effort it has taken to overtake that entire race field. What a race from her today. Gabby Guerra also doing the business today and just showing us what a class rider she is too. She's going to swing around that right-hand corner. The finish line is not that far away. Guerra, what a ride, what a race for her today. She's going to be the second rider on Qualifier 1 for 2026 to see that UCI banner. She's going to take second place today. What a ride, a fabulous race from Gabby Guerra to take second place today in that Category 1 race. Christy Tracy, another rider who has had a phenomenal race in Category 3.
So the run to the line for Gabby Guerra, second place on the road today, second place at the World Championship, showing her class here. Class is permanent, and it shows for Guerra, second place in the race on qualifier race number 1 for January. Phenomenal performance here on the climb, on the endurance climb. 5 checkpoints on the way up to our race finish. McCarthy coming in and through the line, 1 hour, 23 minutes, 45 seconds of racing. Guerra coming through in second place as Christy Tracy, the Category 3 race leader, ahead of second place Telekas by 42 seconds, and third place Hannah Hakkinen by 2 minutes and 40 seconds. Makes her way towards the line. She's resplendent in the polka dot skin suit as the climb leader. She should be taking away this win in style.
Well, Helen McKay in Category 4 leading there. Veronika Vochikova, well, she now is over a minute behind. In Category 2, Katerina Karamani's got a phenomenal race on her hands now because 25 seconds back is Charlotte Lucas.
So Christy Tracy takes the win in Category 3, and a phenomenal ride to hold off the rest of the riders, not just in her own category, but in many of the other race categories. Actually, our third rider over the line, a brilliant ride by Christy Tracy. Great race being done by a lot of our Category 3 riders here today at the front of that race. A real battle as we see Helen McKay start to make her way along this flat section, coming in towards the final ascent, the final ramp. That will hit our riders. You come around the left turn, you come into that sweeping right, and then it really does start to ramp up. And that ramp is where we join Camilla Arlberg in the pain cave. Arlberg out of the saddle, dancing on the pedals. It's been a phenomenal ride. You've got the multi-course record holder, Kristen Kolchinski. She, a phenomenal climber who's got so many course records in the States in person. A rider who can ride climbs and set records. Arlberg today has really put the time gaps in. It's over 3 minutes back to Kolchinski, Bruni, and Mayer. Camilla Arlberg is on fire. She is kicking off 2026 in style. Out of the saddle, stamping down on those pedals. A first place for world champion Kate McCarthy. A second place for silver medalist at the World Championships, Gabby Guerra, and Camilla Arlberg, who just missed out on a podium at the World Championships, takes third place here today. You can see that effort. Congratulations to Camilla Arlberg. Third place here today as we now start to see Mayer. She's chasing Bruni. She's chasing Kolchinski. Kolchinski at the moment in fourth place. Bruni in fifth. Mayer in sixth place. There are 2 riders just in front of Nicole Mayer here as they make their way up this section towards our finish line. It's 500 meters to go for Mayer as they make their way in towards the line. Just a quick update on Category 3. Tracy, we saw taking the win. Attila Lucas has come in across the line, taking second place in Category 3. Fantastic ride by Attila Lucas, and the Finnish rider there showing some serious form, some serious pace and speed to get to the line. 1 hour 41 minutes. The winning time for Christy Tracy Stolakis in second place, 41 seconds down, and Hannah Hakkinen just coming over the line in third place in Category 3. Maya has in front of her at the moment Tomasi, who is on an absolute charge at the moment. Kolczynski and Bruni, though, making the way in. They are fighting it out for what is going to be 4th and 5th place. As we take a look in at Francesca Tomasi, I think the world is an unfair place at times. Francesca Tomasi looks like she could have gone up this climb 3 times over. Look at that. Look at this. She's smiling. She's here. She's focused. She's dancing on those pedals. There's no sign of fatigue. There's no sign of any kind of detriment there. She's not deteriorated. She's just absolutely banging out a rhythm.
She's a rider who has saved something for the finale, and the finale is what Tomasi is doing. She's got Kristen Kolczynski and Merle Bruni, who are battling it out further up for 4th and 5th. She's going to finish in 6th place today. Bruni takes 4th. Kolczynski takes 5th. Tomasi is going to come through for 6th place today in that Category 1 race.
So Francesca Tomasi approaches the line to go underneath the MyWhoosh arch here. She starts 2026 with the top 10 here today. Top 10 riders in each of our race categories. Categories 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. All going to be grabbing hold of those prizes from MyWhoosh. More riders making their way in and through the line.
Yeah, and can I just say, Helen McKay has just taken the win in the Category 4 race. 1 hour, 49 minutes, 43 seconds. Fantastic job.
So with our race winner, Kate McCarthy, in over the line, Gabby Guerra coming in behind, along with Alberg Bruni Kolczynski in Category 1. And you can see the riders behind in Category 3 starting to come in and through as well. The full results are available on mywhoosh.com. Go to menu, hit results, and you will find all of the results on there. We are going to take a very quick break before we head into the men's race and update you on all of those women's positions as well. My name's Matt Payne. You can get hold of me on Instagram. It's at Matt Fix Payne. Follow me on Strava, on Facebook, wherever. You can get hold of Emma. It's at biking_Emma if you wish to say happy birthday to Emma or get in touch with her about anything MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club or cycling esports. It's at biking_Emma on Instagram. Don't forget, make sure you follow at MyWhoosh on social media. That is on Instagram and Facebook, and at my_whoosh on X. You can download the app on Android, on Windows, or on iOS. Jump on board. Come and join us for the ride. Get yourselves time to refuel, restock, rehydrate. Make sure you're all ready to go. Emma and I will be back in about 5 minutes' time to continue with Qualifier race number 1 on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon.
Goodbye.
So hello and welcome back to Qualifier race number 1 on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club for 2026. We are on the endurance climb. The women who started first this morning, the women's race starting first with riders from Category 1 leading the way in. Kate McCarthy bringing home the riders in Category 1. The first rider to come over and across the line, despite starting in our last race group. The riders coming through, the leaders in Category 1, Category 2, Category 3, along with Category 4, and now Category 5 coming in across the line. We'll sum those riders up for you in a moment. But we're going to dive in on the men's race because the men are also going to the endurance climb. The men climbing climbing 2,078 meters, covering 45 kilometers of race route. Now, as you can see, there are multiple steps to the climb. We start off straight onto the climb with the men's race, and the first 2 climb sections are not checkpointed, so they do not have a prize available. 5 prize checkpoints, as they are climbs 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. They are the climbs that have the prizes available for the first rider in each category across the checkpoint. We then transition across another of the flat sections before we go on to the next slope to make our way to that 45-kilometer marker, and 7.6 kilometers separating the end of checkpoint 5 and our finishing line. So plenty of time to get some recovery done, maybe close down the gaps if they are small enough. But this, given the profile of the race route and based on what we've seen previously on this climb in the men's race and in the women's race here today, even with the addition of the wind, this is very much likely to become a time trial, a mountain time trial where the riders are battling against the clock as much as they are against each other. And it really does show just how strong our strongest riders are. When it gets tough, the tough get going, and that's very much the case. When it gets hard, those riders who have that extra power in the higher categories are going to go. So our first set of riders away were Category 6. Category 6 with 10 teams in action here today who've got more than 3 riders, a phenomenal number. As you can see, BMC Spinergy 6A and 6B with 3 riders. BMC 6 with 4 riders. The BMC 60s with 4 riders. Cycling District 6, 4 riders as well. Cycling District 6B, they have 3. The riders for Lek Racing, they are one of our few teams with 5 riders here today. They've got strength in depth, Fielder, Slabosh, Callagad, Warren and Mayard. 4 riders for Level Racing 6B, 4 riders for the Open Cycling Academy, and 3 for the Stoppies Racing. In Category 5, 5 teams, 1 team of 5, that is Cycling District 5A, along with the NPCC team. That makes our second team in there. We also have the Lone Bikers, the Level Raiders, and Cycling District 5B. And those are the teams with more than 3 riders. The NPCC team, Fulgala, Lasno, Mortic, Sharon, and Duda. And these squads to watch out for there. In Category 4, 8 teams contesting with more than 3 riders. BMC Racing 4 with 4 riders. BMC 4 with 4 riders. Cycling District 4A with 4, as have 4B. The team from Raikkola, Finland, they have 4 riders as well. There are 3 teams, though, with 3 riders. The Cat 4 Fun team. Cat 4 Fun. I love the play on words. Along with Level Golden 4 and Level Racing 4. They are our Category 4 teams with 3 riders in there as well. So, Category 6, Category 5 and Category 4 already out on the slopes of the climb. Category 3 teams. We have 4 big teams in here. The teams with 4 riders. BMC Racing 3, Cycling District Alpha and the Level Racing 3 squad. Sandstorm have 3 riders due to take to race start, but we will see if all of the riders make it to that race start, because they do include Batty, one of our riders who's very good on the race climbs in Category 3. Remember, Category 6 setting off 10 minutes in front of Category 5, who are 5 minutes in front of Category 4, who are 5 minutes in front of category 3. And then we have a 10-minute gap between categories 2 and category 1. But remember, and then make sure that you keep an eye on all of our race fields as it's time to go racing with category 3. We're going to take it to that race start. Time to go out and racing here on MyWhoosh. All the riders gathered at the same point in the road. It's now time to head out towards the base of the endurance climb to take on the start, which kicks in the start line already on a 0.2% climb, and straight away you can see the gradient is going to increase. We come out from this pen and it goes up lots. In with MyWhoosh at the moment in category 3, one of our key protagonists when it comes to racing, and be very interesting to see how Ivar does here. Different camera angle for MyWhoosh today in his pain cave here today, but always color coordinated rider here, and great to see Sjur back in action. The Estonian rider there in the Estonian colours. In that pain cave, right up in this leading group as they kick their way onto the slopes, already at 10% gradient, and that what was tailwind now going to a crosswind. So as category 3 just come into their first kilometre, category 4 currently at the 1.6 kilometre marker, category 5 at 2.7k, and category 6 at 6.6 kilometres. The first of our checkpoints is at 15.5k into race route, and the first part of that climb kicking in fact at 12 kilometers. So at the moment the riders on the initial part of that climb. Let's give you a very quick roundup though, whilst we've got our riders out on screen in these, of the women's race so far. I'm going to run through the top 10s pretty much as far as I can. So riders coming in category 1 first of all. McCarthy in 1, Guerra in 2, Arlberg in 3, Bruni in 4, Gorczynski in 5, Tomasi in 6, Mayer in 7, Gallegos in 8, Koistonen in 9, and Van Heuling in 10th place in category 1.
In category 2, Katerina Karamani has indeed taken her first win of the Sunday Race Club, taking first place today ahead of Charlotte Lucas, Lizzie Brooke, Sarah Roach, Joanna Kalman, Jenny Eck, Christine Schneider, Kirsty Hebersmith, Sylvia Greer, Katrin Nielsen, and Hayley Simmons.
In category 3, it is Christy Tracy, who we saw taking that win from Tilla to Lucas in 2nd, Hackenden in 3rd, Stewart in 4th, Balawa in 5th, with Murray in 6th, Silva in 7th, De Pavia in 8th, Lopez in 9th, and Robel rounding out the top 10 in category 3.
In category 4, Helen McKay took the win from Veronika Vochakova in 2nd, Ceciolka in 3rd, Tomta in 4th, Rebecca Johnson in 5th, Vanampa Young were not far behind.
In category 5, the riders going over the line in the following order. Randa Cahool taking race victory in category 5 from Sophie Mayout in 2nd, Haley Santos in 3rd. 4th place going to Alzet, 5th to Majuska, 6th to Hermansen, and 7th to Wilhelm. Just coming in across the line as we speak, Monica Rapace taking 8th place in category 5, and that leaves category 6.
It does. 4 riders so far over the line in category 6 in the women's race. Monica Falana, we saw a dominant ride from her, taking the win, 2 hours, 13 minutes, 45 seconds. Iso Calalio taking 2nd place, Arrayas taking 3rd, and Petrova coming over the line for 4th.
And those are the results as they stand at the moment in the women's race. The men already up and away out of the pens. Everybody trying to keep warm today as level racing. It's good to see Rodolphe has got the jersey underneath got the mail underneath the big jersey to keep warm. Full results for the men's and the women's races on mywhoosh.com. Go to the menu, go to results. Those results are live as we speak in both races, and at the moment all being updated. If you are still out and racing in the women's race, keep on going. No hill lasts forever. Get yourself up there. Don't forget, if you need to take a break, do so. Grab yourself food, hydration, whatever you need to get yourself to the top. Once you've achieved that, you will have completed a Sunday Race Club on the endurance climb. No mean feat, as a lot of our riders know. Mohamed Mukhtari He counts as an experienced rider now.
He
on
is an
MyWhoosh.
experienced rider, and we do see him liking the climbs. But I did get a little indication from him earlier on this week that he wasn't quite as much looking forward to this one as I might have thought. Well, Mohammed Mukhtari on your screen at the moment, and he's in the leading group in the Category 4 race. They are a big, big group at the moment, though the Category 4 riders are spread back down the mountainside. And for our new viewers, you can see that on the top right-hand corner of your screen, you've got the wind and the wind direction in the red circle. But what you've got is the overhead shot of the race. And the red circles indicate the riders in the Category 4 race.
Long line of red discs strung out race field, one big bunch or what looks like one disc. The riders are all together. So as we make our way up, we're up with the very front category to lead, the first category to leave. We are in with a living legend, a man who's no stranger to going up when it comes to MyWhoosh, Jeff Rooney, who had a birthday recently.
He did. And you know what? He was the first person to wish me happy birthday, because in Jeff Rooney's world, my birthday started a lot earlier than my birthday started in my world.
Indeed, due to the time zone. So well done to Jeff Rooney, the first person to Everest and the first person to wish Emma Martin, my co-host here with me, Matt Payne, happy birthday. So Emma, happy birthday for the men's race.
That's all right. Thank you very much. And thank you to all the riders who have indeed wished me a happy birthday. I am joining you all today and having a great time. So Jeff Rooney's one of those riders who likes a climb.
He does indeed like a climb. I'm sure Jeff does.
Was that a grimace or a smile? I'm not sure.
I tell you something, Jeff, absolute legend. It's great to see him on our screens. Let's try and catch up with our riders that are out on course. We're just going to take a little bit of a look on the screens at the front of the race. Diego Vargas up at the front of the race here, leading by some 48 seconds from Ingmar van Beers, the rider in second place. Lalowitz in third place. They're at 7.8k, so still not yet on to the climb segment, that segment that takes you to the checkpoint. This is the second of the rises. So each of our rises, imagine a set of stairs going up. You have the riser, the up section, and the flat, which is the tread where you put your feet. There you go. I know the technical terms.
The technical terms for stairways.
Riser and treads. Yes.
There you go.
Yes. There is a formula for them as well, which I think is a 5 to 9 formula.
Is that based on a man's foot or a woman's foot or a combination of two? Probably a man's foot. And I can tell you that because the majority of science and experiments are done on men.
Whilst Emma is now...
I'm a professor, I know those things.
Talking stats, I can tell you it's actually based on historic sizes, and in fact, it's probably more suited to a woman than a man.
Because historically, men's feet were small.
We were all smaller in prehistory when the stair 5 to 9 rule was in there.
If you're 6'8" and you're struggling because your feet don't fit on the tread of the stair, that's why.
Yes, because it's historic, although you can scale it up, which is why it's a proportion. There you
go. Shall we scale up our racing?
So let's scale up on the racing, because on the racing today, we have risers. We have 2 risers before we hit the checkpoints. We then have 5 risers or climbs that are our checkpoints. And then our final little rise, which is that little step to trip you up at the top if you've expended too much energy earlier on. So time to get in with our next race category, because category 2 are about to hit the race start here today. Now, 4 teams with more than 3 riders in the race field here today. So the Abu Dhabi team have 3 riders in the squad: Bruce Bird, Ivan Nuki, and Martin Omdal. The Beast Mode and Friends squad have 3 riders in. That's Christoph Thiem, Christoph Flubus, and Simon Walter. The Hitmen also have 3 men: Phil Graves, Stuart Miller, and Tatu Colston, looking to hit the top of the tree. But Gloria Victis, will it be a glorious victory? Here today, Arvin Godazzi, Jakob Bjorklund, Mark Santo, and Tord Alan Young. They are up against a number of teams who don't have a full complement of 3. The Warp Pig squad, the Vuelta Panda, the UAE Falcons, the UAE Clan Team, Level Elite 2 and Cycling District 2, as well as Abus Esports 2, all united in the number 2, because they have 2 riders in category 2 on qualifier race number 1. As we go into our last 30 or so seconds before the race start, Tord Alan Young, the rider we're in with, one of that squad of Gloria Victis riders. 4 riders in there. Category 2 already.
They are indeed. Now, Category 2 last week in that December final, in the team competition, it was so close. The Goats from the Hitmen by 6 seconds. Gloria Victor 17 seconds back in third. One of the things I think it says to me, Todd Allen on your screen at the moment, is that even though this is a very different type of race, I think this could still be fairly close.
We will see when we get to the end of the climb today. Category 2, time to go leave the pens here today as they set off on to the endurance climb. The wind in their faces as they leave the pens. It will soon change as they go around this sweeping right-hand turn. But as the wind eases, the gradient increases, making life difficult for our riders from the word go. Straight out the pen. Kiesnowski very much to the fore here, just putting down the pressure. 6.5 watts per kilo, that kick out of the pens. And for me, because this start is so steep from the word go, and we're at 10% within 30 seconds of riding, you can't do the classic sprint away like an absolute loon.
Well, and also, Damien Kiesnowski is one of the riders who has come up into Category 2 from Category 3.
Yes, good point.
Camille Dannies has also come up, and David Badil, the young rider, has come up as well, who has been riding really strongly. In fact, he took the win in Colombia last week. Now, those riders coming up, and if I was one of those riders coming up, Kiesnowski, you don't know how it's going to go. You're a little bit, I've come up into Category 2, boom, out the pen. You may well be on the front of the pack, and he was. Marcin Trojanowski on the screen at the moment. His legs doing the work. He's currently sat third wheel. In fact, Kiesnowski, Trojanowski, Betty, Gorjnak, Utkin, all in the mix. Pardon Cooper is there as well. The riders at the pointy end of this Category 2 race. Now, I said it was going to be quite close, but boy, has that been a big push off the start. Giselle Betty really doing the business and marking at the front of the race. And the sun streaming in through the window behind.
Indeed, and Giselle Betty definitely a rider to watch out for, I think, on today's course. Yeah. I think his experience and skills will come to the fore here because pacing is so critical, and it's the thing that's so hard to learn. And for me, really, 9 times out of 10, it comes down to experience. It comes down to having just gone out there and ridden, learned where your limits, where your pace is, where your positioning is. It's not about what you do. It's not something you can just sit down and read a book and understand. You can get the theory, but then delivering it in practice,
does take practice.
You need that time, and because so much of it even if you know what the number is, your exact number of your FTP, your functional threshold, or your limit, no matter where you are on that, it's absolutely key to make sure you know exactly how hard to push, how easy to go, how much to push on. Very much the case. Make sure that you know where your limit is and know how to start. And for some riders, exploding out the pens is a surefire way to not be able to go onto your limit. And that's what tests the riders. One of our really experienced riders, Mr. X100 on our screens at the moment. He's definitely a rider to watch on this climb. He loves the long climb. Well, it doesn't get much longer than this. It doesn't get much tougher than this. We're on the endurance climb. Category 2, our penultimate race start away is Category 1 in the yellow jerseys. Wait in the pens. Our elite riders are there and waiting and ready to go. Who will be exchanging a yellow jersey for a yellow skin suit? Well, Category 1 have a bit of a mission on their hands, and they have got a very high bar to head for, because in the women's race, and don't listen very quickly if you are
watching it back,
put your fingers in your ears very quickly. In the women's race, Kate McCarthy caught everyone.
So did Gabby Guerra.
They overtook everybody. So it can be done. Let's see if that's going to be the case in the men's race. 3 teams, the Alpha Jaw squad with 4 riders, Chirek, Vujasin, Kaminsky and Jones. The Team Scandi Racing squad with Andreas and Dane, along with Pedersen and Dont. But the Boss Blues only squad include the world champion Jason Osborne, along with Michael Knudsen, Michael Vink and Said Safrazadi. Remember, today The team competition is all about bragging rights. It's about practice. It's about supporting each other. When we get to our finals at the end of each and every month, the team competition is about who can put in the fastest team time and take away top spot. In the finals, 7 teams taking prizes. At the moment, it's all down to those individuals.
Well, welcome back to Hayden Pucker. Back on the start sheets after a breakaway. Also, welcome to Nathan Guerra, Peter Milostic, and Zach Nair, who have all come up into Category 1 for 2026. Hello to Matthias Van He. He likes a fast finish. Is he going to like a lot of climbing today?
Well, it is almost like Belgium, which is where Matthias Vance, he always has his great races, as well as on the California courses where you get repeated climbs. No 15K climb. This essentially is 7 3K climbs.
And for me, 2025 was an outstanding year for Matthias Van He because Van He was racing Cat 2, regularly having a top 5 finish. Then he qualified for the semi-finals of the World Championships, and then he qualified for the World Championships himself, and that was literally in the final few points in stage 3 of those semi-finals. Brilliant. It was a standout ride, and it was absolutely fabulous to see. I think he was as shocked as any racer I've ever seen in terms to qualify for the World Championships. But boy, he deserved it, and he's been racing really well ever since. Well, Category 1 are truly out of the pens already, and the pack is rolling and rolling strongly. Now we've got riders stretched off the front of the group and ensuring that they don't, miss the move. Jason Osborne right up in the mix. Lyndon Milostic. Can I just say a shout out to Lyndon Milostic, the young rider from Australia, 18. He finished second. It was his first top 3 in Category 1 on the Sunday Race Club last week. Brilliant, brilliant racing from him, and well deserved. Fabulous to see the progression of our young riders here on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club.
Yeah, I got to say, well done to him. And it is one of the things we see. We see talented riders coming in on cycling esports who jump on board, who use it as one of the tools to develop their riding, or maybe focus on it in its entirety. And we're seeing that increasingly with a large number of riders wanting to push on, wanting to develop their careers within cycling esports. They're not all past masters of the sport. We got 3 real masters of sport: Lionel Vajassin, Matthias Van He, and Stefan Van Elst on the left-hand side of your screen. 3 Belgians, not dominating cyclocross, but here in the race field of the cycling esports premier event. It is the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club each and every week, bringing you the elite racing we have done now for year after year after year on the Sunday Race Club, with prize money supporting the sport, supporting these riders financially. The prizes for the top 10 riders in each of our 6 race categories, as well as those team prizes at the end of the month, the prizes for each checkpoint along the way, as well as the winners of our climbs or sprints competition. No sprint competition today because this is one for the climbers. It is the endurance climb in the women's and men's races, and we're in with one rider who has seen the evolution and development of MyWhoosh and of the Sunday Race Club. Mr. X100 on our screens at the moment, working his way up this endurance climb. I'm not sure whether he would have thought way back in 19, when we saw people racing on MyWhoosh for the very first time, whether he would have thought, wow, one day we will all go ride up the endurance climb. We'll do 45 kilometers, of which we're going to have no downhill anywhere.
2,078 meters of climbing today. And can I also just welcome Angus Halley to the group? One of the riders you can see names on the nearby list at the moment. One of the new riders to the Sunday Race Club today. In fact, more than 15 new riders in the men's race today. So welcome to the Sunday Race Club for 2026. If this is your first Sunday Race Club with us, and if you want to join and make 2026 the year you join the Sunday Race Club, head over to mywhoosh.com/the events page, click on the Sunday Race Club links, and you'll find all the information that you need there to join. If you've got a question, the MyWhoosh Indoor Cycling Facebook page is a great place to ask it.
It certainly is. Lots of great support on there. Lots of great riders, tech crew, really responsive as well. So a lot of stuff on there, just trying to keep up with conversations with everybody on there. The stuff, ride, they race, they all are heavily involved here on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club. So really, really is important. Get on there if you need help. Shout. Let people know.
Yes, do. Lana Yassin on your screen at the moment, alongside Jason Osborne, Noel Pedersen, and Michael Knudsen, the other two riders in that leading group of four. In fact, Michael Knudsen's going to love this. He loves a long climb, and this is just his type of course today. Now, it's the first race of 2026, 379 riders on the start sheets today, 264 on the start sheets in 2025. We've seen some growth this year in the men's race. Lionel Yassin, one of the riders, getting stronger and put in a phenomenal performance at the World Championships in November, even though he had come off the bike and his arm was heavily strapped. That strapping now off of his arm and mending nicely, and those race positions coming in. Last week it was Jason Osborne who took the win from Lyndon Milostic, from Lionel Yassin, Ollie Jones and Jakob Dane. In the Category 1 race, and Vuyasin making sure he is in the right place today early on this course. The endurance climb, well, the first climb coming so quickly after the men go out of the start pen, and the first two climbs not part and parcel of those categorized climbing checkpoints. So Category 1 now away. Category 6 were indeed the riders who started first 41 minutes ago, and Daniel Dotto on your screen, loving the race numbers on the wall behind him, but on your screen, part and parcel of this chase group, tapping out a strong rhythm at the 12.7 kilometre marker. They are indeed on the third climb, which is the first climb checkpoint of the day. So Category 6 now on the first climb checkpoint. Category 2, well, at the 4.1 kilometre marker, they're on the flatlands between climb 1 and climb 2. X100 pushed on that first climb. Ivan Nuki, Mikhail Utkin are indeed chasing behind. So is SS. The gap is only at 5 seconds. They can see X100 up in the distance, and they will be working to pull him back. It is a big group, but it is not the entirety of the Category 2 race field. You can already see how far back down the road they are. And you might be looking at thinking, well, they're only at the 4.5 kilometre marker. Well, of course, there's a long climb from the start to where they are now. And that is already selection number 1 made. Well, Danny's is in there, Nitko is in there, Nuki is in there, Walter is in there, and those Category 2 riders riding strongly and looking to close that gap down to X100, who is just off the front. So Category 2 riding strongly, coming up to the 5 kilometre marker. Category 1 were there at the 2.5 kilometre marker. They're coming to the top of the first climb, and the pack now all coming back together again. Tugels, Kaminsky, Vuyasin, Osborne, Jones, Pucker, Pedersen. They are all in that group and climbing strongly. So a settling. Let's call that a settling in Category 1 taking place. Category 2, X100 continuing to push off the front of the pack and continuing to want a solo ride. Category 5, we've got a solo rider there as well, and Category 6 continuing to work. They were the first riders out of that start pen. They're not at the top of the endurance climb checkpoint yet, but they will be the first group of riders up to that point in the race at the 15.5 kilometre marker. This is the chase group in the Category 2 race. SS, Pardon Cooper, Godarsky, Bjarhead, Utkin, Walter, Bengston, Theme, Nuki. They are all in that group. Oh, and a quick shout out for those of you who have just seen his name. Teppo Lowry back on the Sunday Race Club for 2026. He did indeed take part in that 2024 World's Championships, the first one hosted by MyWhoosh. One Sunday Race Club to his name before now, so making it 2 and starting 2026 off the right way. Well, it's an epic course for an epic new year, and happy new year to all of our riders and our viewers today. 2026 is looking like it's going to be a great one, and what a great course to start on. And I would say some of the riders really looking forward to this course, others maybe not so. Now, Pedersen pushing on at the moment in the Category 1 race on the flat section, the transition between Climb 1 and Climb 2. Jason Osborne, Hayden Pucker, Ollie Jones, Michael Knudsen, all closing it down. Noel Pedersen, part and parcel of Team Scandi Racing, that new squad that came together at the end of last year, really starting to push on. And he's had some fantastic performances. He really peaked perfectly for those World Championships on the 15th of November. And if you want to go back and watch that race, it is available on the MyWhoosh YouTube channel. It's fabulous racing. But Pedersen got his timing and his performance to perfection that day, and he's continued with some absolutely superb form, well, he's been doing the business on the Sunday Race Club ever since. Osborne, Pedersen, Pucker, Jones, Knudsen, Vujasin, Milostic, Kaminski, Tugel, Safra, Zaidi are all in this leading group in Category 1 as they head towards 4 kilometres. So we pull up the Alpha Jaw squad on your screen at the moment. Dan Turek, Lionel Vujasin, Mikhail Kaminski and Ollie Jones. Now, in the race last week, the December final, the team competition was so close in Category 1. Alpha Jaw finished in 3rd place, but only 31 seconds back. It really was that close. When you think that the first 3 riders from the team, their time is added together, and that's what gives us the team competition. Boss Moves only took the win from Team Scandi Racing. Team Scandi Racing were 27 seconds back. So it was just 4 seconds separating second and third team in that Category 1 men's team competition last week. Alpha Jaw, the riders on your screens at the moment, took 3rd place in that competition. Vujasin took 3rd, Jones took 4th overall as well. So 2 of those riders in the top 5. The pack of Category 1 riders just mindful of splitting at the moment, and the riders are just going to close that down and ensure that it doesn't. So Dane, Power, Kaminski, Plantro, Safra Zaidi, Skierski, all in the group as the Category 1 riders move towards the second of what are 7 main climbs today. And then, of course, there is the slight uphill section towards the finish line as well. So Category 1 really now starting to move, and the pace now being picked up by Michael Knudsen on the front of the group. The rider, I think, probably really looking forward to the course today in Category 1, alongside Jason Osborne, his teammate. He's going to be looking to go really strongly. Saeed Safrazadi, I imagine, will be looking to prefer this course. So the Boss Moves only squad probably already psychologically in a really good way before this course has started. Now Pedersen just pushing on and covering every single move at the moment in that Category 1 race. In Category 2, they are on the second climb of the day, and the first climb pulled this group clear and really made the first cut of the racing, and has taken it down to around 20 riders. Chausselle Betty, who we saw on our screens earlier on, really comfortable and looking comfortable. Marcin Troshanowski as well, Alexei Kalman in the mix, and the rider they are chasing is X100, who utilised the flat section between the 2 climbs to give himself a bit of sliding room here. Just went off the back of the group on climb 1, making sure that doesn't happen on climb 2 by just getting ahead of the group before going into the base of the climb for the second time. Well, Jason Osborne hits the base of climb 2 and puts the power down. The punch that comes from the world champion, those rainbow bands, 7.5, 8 watts per kilo. That's one punch on the climb. Michael Knudsen, his teammate, leading the charge behind in second place. But the pack, well, they are now going to stretch. It's going to be interesting to see the reaction from the Category 1 race as to whether they let Jason Osborne go clear and then they stay together as a bunch, or whether the bunch starts to spread and individual riders start to push on and attempt to chase Osborne as a solo rider as well. And it really comes down to to whether the riders are looking to ride their own rhythm or sit in the bunch and wait to the latter stages of this race to put an attack in. Well, the Category 1 leader, Osborne, at the 6.3 kilometre marker. The Category 2 leader at 7.3. Category 5, well, the leader there coming through the Category 6 pack at 13.1. The leader on the road, Diego Vargas, is the leader in the Category 6 race at 14.5 kilometres into this 45 kilometre race. Category 6 coming out of the start pens just shy of 50 minutes ago. Category 1, our last of the 6 race categories out of the pen, started just around, well, 15 minutes ago. So you can see 6 races on the course at the same time, but all with separate starts. Jason Osborne starting to establish that lead now in the Category 1 race and starting to work his way through that race field. Diego Vargas at the 14.7 kilometre marker is coming up. He's going to be the first rider to get to the top of the first climbing checkpoint today. That comes at 15.5 kilometres into the race. And it's Rick Van Erck on our screen. Happy New Year, Rick. One of the riders we love to go in with on the Sunday Race Club. He's gluing himself to the world champion's wheel. Bungee rope, I suggest, Rick. Just hook it around the seat post and let him tow you. He's probably strong enough to do that and still win the race. Great tactic, I say. But Rick, looking forward to 2026, and here's to good racing and strong legs. Well, Osborne already starting to work his way through the Category 2 race field, who started 5 minutes before him. Osborne, just a phenomenal powerhouse. And when it comes to the climbing, absolutely outstanding. Rick Van Erck climbing strongly in the Category 2 race as they head around the right-hand bend past the waterfall. And, of course, the waving spectators on this second climb. It is the second climb, but it is the final uncategorized climb, because the next 5 climbs, well, they are all climbing checkpoints. And I'll tell you something, Jason Osborne is making quick work of this climb today. The rainbow bands across his back, the power in his legs. He really is doing the business. And the Category 2 group up ahead, X100 being brought back into the bunch. So the bunch now at the 8 kilometre marker. Ivan Nuki is in the mix there as well. Ivan Nuki, of course, one of the coaches at the Abu Dhabi Cycling Club, loves a climb. He really is a fabulous climber. And today, well, it'll be one of the courses he looks forward to. Stuart Miller doing a great job last week, coming in second in that Colombian race and coming to the fore at the end of that race. He could be one of the riders to watch out for today. Juan Quiroz on your screen at the moment, and you can see the lower cadence, strong power from Quiroz, 45, 46 revolutions a minute. But he has just been passed by the world champion. But the added impetus from Jason Osborne pushing past him is that he has closed the gap to Andre Notes and is continuing to drive forward. So Quiroz on your screen at the moment, continuing up this second climb here on the endurance climb. 7 climbs facing our men today, 5 of them categorised, the first 2 not. Just a nasty little warm-up. Well, Diego Vargas, the leader of the Category 6 race, is going to see that polka dot banner for the first time. The first rider to go underneath the polka dots today and put on that polka dot skin suit is indeed Diego Vargas from Category 6. There's a battle on behind with a good-sized group of riders. Navarro, Van Beers, Dotto, Montoya, Ivanov, Lalowitz are all in that group behind in Category 6. But Diego Vargas climbing really strongly today. So Vargas, the first rider in polka dots today, can he hold it to the end? There are 4 more climbs for Diego Vargas to go, 4 more checkpoints, 4 more polka dot banners. It's going to be interesting to see what plays out in that Category 6 race. Betty on your screen at the moment is part and parcel of this leading group in the Category 2 race. Marcin Trojanowski putting a bit of a push on. Betty, I'm taking it from the thumbs up that everything is going to plan and everything is well at the moment at the 8.7 kilometre marker. Giselle Betty, one of the riders I think could go well today in Category 2. Trojanowski pushing on now at that 8.8 kilometre marker, just wanting to extend that and keep the pace high because they've just hit the flatland. So get the momentum rolling, get the pack rolling strongly, transition between the climbs. Benjamin Brignall, Olivier Simmons, a little bit further back down the mountain. They've got Phil Graves and Daniel Mundell, Jesse Langevin for company. This is Group 2 on the road behind the leaders who have already just gone through. So big pushes here in the Category 2 race. And you can see on the top right-hand corner of your screen, the green jersey is skittled all the way back down the climb. Well, the climb taken its toll on our riders already. I'll tell you something, one rider who the climbs are not taking their toll on is indeed Jason Osborne. He's 14 seconds behind Benjamin Brignall at the moment, the Canadian rider on your screen. And he will be seeing Jason Osborne in his sights very, very shortly. Phil Graves, Daniel Mundell, Jesse Langevin, these riders, Benjamin Brignall, Olivier Simmons, Mark Santo, are riders not to be sniffed at. There's a colloquial phrase for you. They are strong riders, strong racers. And the speed at which Jason Osborne is coming through the pack, well, is just tantamount to the power of the world champion. So at the top of the second climb, the flatlands come for Brignall and Graves, Mundell and Simmons, those riders who are pushing on here in Category 2 and tapping out their own rhythm. Diego Vargas, the Category 6 rider, who was the first rider to go through that endurance climb checkpoint at 53 minutes 13 seconds. Navarro, Montoya, Ivanov and Castro now through as well, picking up points in that competition. In fact, 12 riders in Category 6 through. Olivier Simmons, we drop in with him and, it is a tough call out there for the first Sunday Race Club of 2026. But Olivier Simmons, one of the riders from Belgium, the sun is streaming in through his window. So sun is shining in Belgium today. Absolutely fabulous to see. And he is one of those riders. Well, he's going to see Jason Osborne come up onto his wheel and go over the top here on the flatlands. And I would imagine this group may well try and go with him. It's going to be interesting to see whether they do and whether they try and respond to, yep, look at that. Phil Graves, boom, straight up and over the top. Simmons responds, getting up and out and pushing on those pedals, getting into that slipstream of the world champion. And they're wanting their numbers to turn green behind so that they are in the draft to make the most of whatever the draft of Jason Osborne can do for them. Well, it gives you an indicator of where Jason Osborne is. He's leading the Category 1 race at the 9.3 kilometre marker. The Category 2 race, the head of the Category 2 race is 1.4 kilometres down the road. We have a smaller group now of riders just going off the front. We're in with Arnie Jacobs. He's got company by the look of it. So Arnie Jacobs on your screen at the moment has company with 2 other riders. Marcin Trojanowski and Tevs Gorjank are the 2 riders with him. So 3 riders clear at the moment. 4, 5, 6 seconds just hanging off the front of the bunch. The bunch now starting to pull, and it's X100 trying to close it down, utilising the tactic that he often does of pushing on hard on the flat sections to give himself sliding room on the climb. But he's got 3 riders down the road this time and 3 riders who are going to climb strongly as the Category 2 riders head through the caverns at the moment. A little bit further back down the Category 2 race, Brignall, Graves and Langevin, they've stuck to Jason Osborne's wheel. They saw the wheel to follow and they got into that slipstream, and quite rightly too. Those riders making the most of the World Championship stripes and the the slipstream that it gives you when it goes past. So Jason Osborne on an absolute charge at the moment. The world champion doing a phenomenal job here on the Sunday Race Club, the first Sunday Race Club for 2026. And it is absolutely great to see Osborne pushing on and pushing on strongly. Now, I'm trying not to give you any spoilers, but if you did watch the women's race earlier on today, you will know that Osborne at the moment is doing what another world championship rider did earlier on today. In fact, Kate McCarthy and Gabby Guerra both worked their way right the way through the women's field to finish 1 and 2 on the road. Can Jason Osborne do the same in the men's race? It's looking like he is on for the effort. Well, Anthony Jarvinin on your screen at the moment, the Finnish rider, sitting behind Grenier at the moment. Mikko Kozel is with him. These two riders in the Category 6 race coming towards the top of the first climbing segment and pushing on and pushing on strongly. Fabulous to see Jarvinen in here, really doing some great work in this Category 6 race. Well, the Category 6 race, the Category 4 race is also underway at the moment, and there's a big push at the moment from the riders here. Milan Tamanton, who took 5th place last week on the Colombian climb, really pushing on and pushing on strongly, working his way through the Category 6 and the Category 5 riders at the moment. But at the front of the field, at the moment, Diego Vargas is at the 19.6 kilometre marker, leading the Category 6 race. Our Category 5 leader coming up to that first checkpoint at that 15.5 kilometre marker in the race. Diego Vargas, his gap. Well, I'm just going to give you a caveat of that. It does say 4 minutes, but Diego Vargas on the climb, the group behind still on the flatlands. And that's what we'll be exaggerating and emphasizing the difference. But I can tell you, in terms of 9.2 kilometers to 18.4 kilometers, it's a big gap, and Vargas is climbing so strongly.
Yeah, phenomenal, isn't it?
Well, he took second place to Finlay Reddington last week in Colombia. We know he climbs well.
Yes, it's not like he hasn't got form for
climbing. Not unexpected.
No, but it's good to see riders really enjoying the fact that we're going on to a big climb, onto the ascent of the endurance climb, which is, it's never simple. Loving the fact that Jason Osborne has taken up the challenge, and it does give everybody the opportunity, including Ollie Simmons, to see the world champion fly past.
Well, Graves, Simmons et al. Have stuck with Jason Osborne for some time. In fact, it has worked absolutely brilliant. Great tactics, Olivier Simmons. It has pulled you up to the group ahead. So jumping on Jason Osborne's wheel has brought that group of 4 or 5 Category 2 riders up to the next group of Category 2 riders. So doing a brilliant job there in terms of tactics of jumping on a wheel that's coming past. But Osborne really pushing on and pushing on strongly in that Category 1 race. At the head of the Category 2 race is this group at the 12.8 kilometre marker. Arnie Jacobs had tried to go clear, but that small group of 3 riders did not manage to stay clear at all. X100 closing the gap, bringing the group back in. And now they are on the first climbing segment that takes us to that 15.5 kilometre checkpoint. But take a look at this. Jason Osborne is only 400 metres now behind the leading group in Category 2.
I bet as soon as you say it's a bit like computers that go out of date the moment you buy them, or the moment they leave the shop.
Whatever you say about Jason Osborne, it goes out of date.
Whatever you said about him, he's like, he's 400. No, he's 300 meters. No, he's 250 meters. No, he's actually made 200 meters. It's kind of a bit like that. He's the way that Osborne climbs. That he is so good when it goes uphill. It is more the case than when he's sprinting. For me, his skill set, it is suited to this climb, and unfortunately for everybody else, that means that they're all chasing him up the climb when things get tough. So at the moment, our riders up and away in all 6 of our race categories here on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club for the very first Sunday Race Club of 2026. Now, I have to say that it is brilliant to have everybody on board, whether you're sending us the comments live on YouTube, which is the platform that we are watching to keep up with the live chat, whether you are sending messages via Instagram, by smoke signals, by carrier pigeon or the blue tits outside the studio that seem to be mobbing the bird feeders outside. However, you're sending signals. It's great to have you on board. Get in touch with us. You can get in touch with Emma on Instagram. It's at biking_Emma. If you want to wish a happy birthday, please feel free to do so. She's only answering 1,000 messages at a time saying that. Don't forget, you can get in touch with me at Matt Fixpain, also on Instagram. Please do give us a follow and make sure whilst you're online on social media, you follow MyWhoosh. It's at MyWhoosh on Instagram, on Facebook, and at _Whoosh on X.
Well, I can tell you we had the Category 6 riders through the checkpoint, and whilst we have been chatting, it has been all go. So Diego Vargas, if I can just remind you, took the polka dot skin suit in Category 6. In Category 5, well, Carlos Alvarez has gone through at the head of the Category 5 race, 15 seconds clear of Rudolph Bertrand behind. Bertrand is ahead of Cirillo, Zimael, Matilla. They are the riders doing the chasing in that Category 5 group. In Category 4, we spoke about Milan Termerton having had a top 5 last week. He has climbed clear of the group behind. He is around 20 seconds clear of Chikorts. Jakila is there as well. Mkhtari, Fenderich, Rushma, Ferreira, Yannicki, Giuliano are all in the mix in Category 4. In Category 3, well, we're in with Nicholas Orego at the moment, but it's Niall Batty that has gone through the first section in the lead. Not surprising, but Niall did get in contact with me because if we remember rightly, he wasn't available to do the endurance climb last time, and he's been looking forward to it ever since. He's got the sniffles today, so he's a bit unsure as to how he's going to go.
How's it
but
going
he's going
so far?
really well at the moment,
I think
Niall.
he looked like he was going good.
Taking away that first checkpoint, he is, well, he's around 30 to 40 seconds clear of Mohamed Al-Case in second. But Al-Case has company because Lewis Ridley, Nick Squilari, Wang Guerra is there, Matheus Kalman is there, Jan Yazbek, Rune Bakken. They are all lining up behind. In fact, that is a big, big group of around 15 people following Niall Batty up that climb.
Well, they're following him so far. Can they stay in touch? Can they get back in touch? Is probably more to the point here.
Good question.
It is always difficult, but if you can catch an express train on its way past, which is in the shape of a world champion, well, good luck, but you have to get your timing right. You need him to come up alongside as you go onto the flatlands, and that's not where Osborne is at the moment. The 13.7 kilometers. He's on the first of our climb segments that take you to the checkpoint at the end of each of these. And remember, it is the first across through the checkpoint that gets the prizes in each of our race categories on the way up to the finish. Now, Mohamed Mkhtari on a good day here today because this group of riders that he's in with at the moment leading in that category 4, if I'm not much mistaken, just going to do a double check to make sure there's no one
8 riders
up the road,
no,
but
this is
looking
the lead
good
group.
to me. I didn't know whether anybody just broken clear since last time we'd had a look at them, but it's still looking like that 8 are still all together, and I think it's a good way to ride.
Yes, I don't disagree with you at all. Mohamed Mkhtari was on our screen. Skruran is there now, the rider from Poland in the mix. Good to see you too, sir. Waving happy 2026. We like to, I know Matt, my co-commentator, does indeed like to wave to all the riders.
I wave back at everybody. It's rude not to.
Well,
even if they can't see you, the thought is there. The
intention was good.
Yeah, I mean, if I said hello every time somebody waved, then it would be quite weird. But by waving,
There you go. Well, Jason Osborne on the charge here at the 14-kilometre marker, 1.5 kilometres now still of climbing to that polka dot banner, the first of 5. We drop back in with the Category 5 race and take a look at this. There we go. Another wave. Matt, wave. There we go. The wave is coming back.
The waves.
Just giving him a nudge for you. Don't worry. The Category 5 race.
I've already waved once. That's getting greedy wanting to.
Well, the push is on in Category 5 and Zemel doing the pushing here on the climb at the 19.1. Yes, I am trying to get you to focus. It's not working.
No, not you, him.
Well, at the 19.1 kilometre marker, they are
the leader.
Clearly on the second of the categorised climbs today. Garces Zemel is the rider 2 seconds up the road, who the riders are pushing on for at the moment. But the push now really is on, because Category 5 riders are working their way up through those race fields. Category 4 as well, now into the top 20 on the road.
Just this is what I absolutely love about this climb in some ways, is the way that
mixes it up.
Yeah, because you get everybody catches everybody on the way through. There's none of this we want more gas, you need more space between all the different riders because it's all getting. That's the whole point. Learn to ride with fast riders when they come past. It'll make you quicker. And that's called training. Training is not just about sitting there and doing the numbers. It's about learning how to race at the speed that the racers are coming past you, are racing through, to be able to pick up a fast rider coming through, being able to jump onto the wheels. Absolutely. Make sure you dive on board. That's the thing for me. It's learning how to race with the best. And you only do that when you get to race with them. So our riders up and away on course. Category 1 on the left-hand side of your screen. It's our leader, Jason Osborne. Right-hand side of your screen, you can see this quartet of riders at the moment. Betty, Kakat, SS, and Mr. X100 here at the moment. They are nicely working together as a group of 4 in Category 2. In Category 1, so Jason Osborne, 14.6k covered, 14.9k covered for Mr. X100. In Category 2, it is going to be Carlos Alvarez in Category 3, currently at 19.8k and 21.4k covered for the rider who is leading this out. Diego Vargas with that polka dot skin suit on, already having made his way in through the checkpoint. He's about 100 meters away from checkpoint number 2 at the moment, so we start to see a flurry of times and categorizations coming through on the second of those checkpoints, and those checkpoints give us a real snapshot in on the world of each of our race categories as they make their way in and through. At the moment, this group here, well, they're fending off the world champion behind. He's on his way, but they're also battling here for the checkpoint, aren't they? This is really key.
And I'll tell you something, every time we've dropped in with Jossal Betty today, he has been looking really good and really, really comfortable. So Betty leading the charge against SS at the moment. There we go. Betty's not quite looking so comfortable at the moment. He's absolutely giving it his all to take away that polka dot skin suit. And you know what? I think he's going to do it. SS is coming hard from behind. Oh, but Betty takes it. Betty will go into polka dots. That hard work rewarded.
And look at the effort.
Look at that. Giselle Betty doing the business on the first climb checkpoint. I tell you something, this is going to be a battle in Category 2 to take away that overall mountains competition.
It is. It's going to be a real fight. I love the fact that we get this view in of just how hard everybody is actually working. It's not easy.
No, it's not.
And
I can just tell you, Jason Osborne is literally like, well,
he's rocketed
250 metres behind that leading group in Category 2. Jakob Bjorklund, really, really smart move there onto Jason Osborne's wheel because with that 25-second gap, that's the leading group ahead. So Bjorklund getting a tow from Osborne at the moment. If we jumped in with Bjorklund, we'd see the green chevrons and the green watts number indicating just how much benefit he was getting.
And he's in the perfect position. You can see on the top right-hand side of your screen the wind coming from the front left of the riders, which means that if you are wanting to be in the draft, you need to be on the right-hand side. You can steer your way across there on MyWhoosh and get yourself into the key positions. So as all of our riders have, or of our leaders, should I say, have come through the Category 1, the Climb 1 checkpoint, Category 1 rider, Osborne goes through 37 minutes, 39 seconds. Betty leads through Category 2, Betty Category 3, Somerton Category 4, Alvarez Category 5, and Vargas Category 6. You can see their respective times to that first checkpoint. This is to checkpoint 1, 53 minutes for Vargas at that stage. And a quick reminder, checkpoint 1 is
15.5k.
Yeah, 15k in. It's a third of the race distance.
Yes, expect this to be a long race for some of those riders out there. And Jason Osborne, well, it'll be a relatively long Sunday Race Club for him, but the big emphasis there is on the word relatively.
Yeah, he's going to be shorter than it is for anybody else.
What I can tell you, though, is Jason Osborne is so far clear of the chase group behind in Category 1. They are not yet through that checkpoint. And there is it's a 90-second gap and rising at the moment. So Category 1, the rest of the riders and racers in that race field, a long way back. There we go. They have just come through. So I can tell you how far back they are.
Go on. I went forever to do the maths.
Are you?
Yes.
So that would be 1 minute, 26 seconds.
Is the time gap between our leader.
So 1 minute, 26 seconds is the time gap between our leader in Category 1 and the chase group. In the chase group, Power, Knudsen, Kaminsky, Safrazadi, Dane, Jones, Tugels, Pedersen. So 8 riders chasing. Hayden Pucker, well, he's a further 20 seconds back in 10th.
It just shows you the power, doesn't it? The world champion on the move, leaving put so much distance into Category 1 riders who are racing. I was about to say,
it's just like he's left them on the platform in the station, but it's like actually the time gap is big enough to get one train out and another train into the station platform.
Yeah. I've been on platforms like that. You've got to work out which is your train out of the ones coming in. Well, the one train you want to be on is the express train. Leaving the station, he's well and truly left. It is Jason Osborne, left-hand side of the screen, the world champion, wearing the polka dot skiing suit because he took that first checkpoint. Well on his way now in towards the second. He's on that flat section that transfers from climb to climb. And that is really what is going to test our riders. Just in with Jakob Bjorklund at the moment. So in with Jakob Bjorklund at the moment, just coming around this right-hand turn. He's holding the wheels. It's great riding by Bjorklund to hold on. Super smart riding, making the most of having that draft available. You can see on the center of the race screen at the top, the numbers are in green. That means he's in the draft. 2 chevron means that he's in a pretty good position, but it could be improved upon. So not bad, but could do better, like my school report.
Not bad, but could do better.
I had that written on my school report.
Jakob Bjorklund doing the business here on the climbs, and you can see him just reaching for some fuel and some hydration. Nice to see a real mix of things on that shelf. So hydration, fuel, absolutely key for today's racing.
And the cleaning products and to clean down the bike and the equipment afterwards, which is always key.
I mean, nice. I've even got cake in the studio today because, not just have to fuel bike riders, you have to fuel commentary teams as well.
What's today's cake choice?
It is crumble banana bread.
Crumble banana bread?
It's banana bread with the crumble on the top.
I thought it was nice.
Oh,
Thank you for bringing it in the studio.
Not a problem at all. I have had to make my own birthday cake today.
Well,
I'm not sure you can count banana bread as birthday cake. It's too healthy.
Is it healthy? Is there such a thing as healthy cake? There is such a thing as healthy. Anything's healthy in the right amounts.
That's true. Much. A little bit of everything does you good. That's the way I like to look at life.
Yeah, within reason. There are exceptions to that rule, not many. Okay.
Well, Jason Osborne doing the business here, coming up for 19 kilometres now. He's on to that second climbing checkpoint, the finish of that second climbing checkpoint at the 21.5 kilometre marker, the endurance climb too. Category 6, 5 and 4 leaders already through that point on the course. Milan Termerton in category 4, still riding strongly, 20 seconds clear of Jacek Chikaritz behind. I was blinking there because as I was talking about that, my screen changed because Niall Batty came through that checkpoint leading category 3. Leading category 5, Carlos Alvarez is still in the lead of that race. He is leading by around 15 seconds in category 5 from Rudolf Bertrand, who's putting in some phenomenal climbing at the moment.
Yep.
Diego Vargas still leading category 6, and he's leading by over 2 minutes from Diego Navarro.
So at the moment, that's where the scores are on the doors, as they say, and you can get them on MyWhoosh. Go to www.mywhoosh.com, hit the menu and go to results. You'll see the live races in progress at the moment. And that is our women's and men's qualifier race number 1. If you click onto the men's race, you'll see the action that we're seeing unfolding at the moment. So at the moment, this is the action as it happens. All of the results at the moment live and provisional. Don't forget, of course, that the results will be verified and checked at the end of the race. And when that is done, then and only then, will you see the blue stamp of approval. So once that blue stamp of approval arrives, you know that those are the race results that we'll carry forward. Don't forget, of course, you get lots of information also on mywhooshinfo.com. A big, big thank you to Jakob. I know we say this pretty much each and every week, but there's a reason. Because without him, our life would be much harder here in the commentary box, and everybody's life would be much poorer in terms of the information that they can get about their riding, their racing, the different races, and the different events. Don't forget, Cycling Esports League. It's reached the halfway stage, and it's going into the second half. It kicks off with what is quite a hilly route this coming Tuesday. So make sure you get on board with the Cycling Esports League, get your entries in, because that is really a key thing to do if you want to get that race practice in and to get used to it. The riders racing that, all their results up on the MyWhoosh info as well. It is policed by the drone police. It is kept in category, so please make sure you put in the correct FTP in there for your power in there. Don't forget, of course, lots of great rides and challenges as well. And of course, you could join the Sunday Race Club. Could you be in pursuit of our world champion, as we see Nussen, Dane and Jones at the moment together? Tugels and Safrazadi are just at the back of this and in trouble, I think.
Well, I don't know about that, but they are pushing on. Noel Pedersen is there as well. Just 2 seconds now off the back of the group. He needs to just push on those pedals. I know that's just a commentator's thing to say, isn't it? Just push on those pedals. Just pushing on those pedals is harder than it is for me to say those words. Ollie Jones covering the moves here really, really strongly, up and out of the saddle in that garage, which is his pain cave at the moment. And the rider from New Zealand pushing on strongly. Side Safra Zadie, Michael Knudsen. Those are the riders going clear at the moment. Tugels, Pedersen are the riders just needing to stay in this group at the 19.9 kilometre marker. They are the riders chasing Jason Osborne. Osborne further up the road now. The endurance climb section 2 is the section of the course they are on at the moment. That finishes at the 21.5 kilometre marker, so some way to go for this group. In fact, 1500 meters of climbing. It's got an average gradient of 8.3% this climb. So well,
it does make it the second easiest of the 5 checkpoints.
Yeah, it's a tricky one to say that, isn't it? The second easiest at 8.3%, but it is the
It climbs 240 meters.
But the nasty bit is the first checkpoint and the final checkpoint are the steepest. The ones in the middle are.
Yes, but the first checkpoint climb is longer than the last one at 3.5k rather than 3. And in fairness, although this is the second steepest, it is actually the shortest of the climb checkpoints as well, of the sections of climbing for the riders to do. Jason Osborne on the right-hand side of your screen, leading Category 1. Left-hand side of your screen, Knudsen, Jones, Tugels, et al. In pursuit behind our race leader here on the endurance climb. The riders are making their way up at the moment. Osborne, the furthest up the road. It's still 500 meters. 500 meters doesn't sound a lot. It's what, 600, 700 paces? But the speed that these riders are doing it is a fair distance, actually.
Yeah, it is. You are quite right. Well, I'm just going to drop back in with the Category 3 race because a number of riders have now come through after Niall Batty onto that second climbing checkpoint. Batty is over 2 minutes clear of the Category 3 race field. We know climbing is Niall Batty's speciality, and boy is he exhibiting that today. Alcase is the rider in second place, still going through. Then a huge group of riders. Juan Villarda, Karel Schledek, Jan Yazbek, Martin Konda, Lewis Ridley, Matthews Kalman, Rune Bakken is there, Sebastian Havo is in the mix, Adam Stenman, Christian Montoya is there, Radoslav Bucheska is there, Marius Kukaski is there. Then there's a small gap, and I mean a small gap of like 0.5 of a second, to Nick Squilari. Sami Patilla is there. Jussi Palaka is not far behind. Christopher Morgan, Mathias Kania, David Kalawaski, Pierre Fell, Ivo Sur. Those are the riders in close contention. So 22 riders, well, 21. Niall Batty is off the front.
Yes, it's almost a race of two different races because of the distance that he's got in there now, and it is his race to lose almost, which is phenomenal to say when we are still approaching half race distance. But you put yourself in that commanding position. We know Batty's form. We've seen him mount the climbs of Mount Fuji when we've been racing on the MyWhoosh Championship in the Sum of the $1 million prize fund championship. We've seen him put in climb time after time again when we go to those big climbs. It makes such a difference for him when that course goes uphill. That's when it's his chance to shine. And nice to see that he's here, able to make the most of this after missing out when we were here last time around. Josiah Betty climbing well here.
Yeah.
I'm really interested to see SS is riding well as well. But
SS is going to push him for this checkpoint.
I think so. And I think this course really suits riders like Betty, like SS, who are not necessarily pure climbers, because you can do a 3K effort and a 3K rest, and a 3K effort and a 3K rest. It's not quite exactly 3K, but it's near enough. But 3 on, 3 off, 3 on, 3 off, 3 on, 3 off, and get your recovery in.
9 riders here in this Category 2 leading group as SS and Betty now start to go for the banner. SS is going to take it this time. Betty took it last time, so they're just reversing positions. So interesting to see how this now plays out. 3 more checkpoints to go. Well, Jason Osborne now clear of the group. Look at that. So Jason Osborne goes over the top.
You were just gobsmacked by the time difference.
I just had to look at the time differences, actually. It's got to be over 5 minutes because he's caught them and he's gone over the top. But Jason Osborne goes over the top of Category 2 and goes through the top of checkpoint 2 first. SS leads through Category 2. Niall Batty led through Category 3. Milan Termerton led through Category 4. Carlos Alvarez, Category 5. And Diego Vargas, still the leader on the road, I think, at the moment, leading through Category 6. But what a ride Jason Osborne is laying down at the moment. Reminiscent of the dominance of McCarthy that we saw. But Guerra went with her, and Camilla Ahlberg wasn't too far behind either. Jason Osborne, let's just put it this way. At the top of checkpoint 1, the gap to the chase group was 1 minute 24 seconds. I am now taking a look. It's now 1 minute 31 seconds. They've a few seconds to Jason Osborne between checkpoint 1 and checkpoint 2.
I was always told in time trials, when you lose time, you've lost it. And it's so difficult to make that back. But the flip side of that coin is when you're a rider who's made the time on everybody else, you've got that in the bank. And it's difficult for everybody else to get that back. And that's the other perspective of this self-same
Yeah,
situation.
because all you've got to do is hold it.
You then just have to produce the same ride that they do, and you still got that gap that you put in early doors. And that, for me, is the thing. Because there is so little draft available on this climb, because it's going to have so little effect on the results. It's really going to be telling as the riders come through, and that's reflected on the way through. Osborne's gone early. He's put the gap in now. He just needs to maintain it. But this is Jason Osborne. He's not going to do that. I think it's going to keep stretching.
Well, we're in with the chase group at the moment, and we're in with Ollie Jones. The chase group have caught some Category 2 riders. Jones just taking on board some hydration. Let me give you a heads up. So Jason Osborne went through the second climb checkpoint, 50 minutes and 2 seconds. Leonard Tugels, Syed Safrazadi, Ollie Jones, Michael Knudsen, and Jakob Dane, the 5 riders in the chasing group at that point, went through, well, Tugels went through a 51.33. So 1 minute 31 down. A little gap then of 10 seconds to Kel Power. He got dropped from that group on the climb, so it'll be interesting to see whether he gets back on. Pedersen and Kaminsky, those 2 riders are around 25 seconds further back. Then Hayden Pucker on a solo ride at the moment. Behind him, Lyndon Milostic and then Johan Noren.
It's incredible competition yet again here on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club. Can I ask a question? In fact, I'll ask you this after we see Diego Vargas go in underneath this banner, because Vargas at the moment tapping out the rhythm in that polka dot skin suit. He's coming up to checkpoint number 3.
Yes.
And this is going to put him in a commanding lead, even if he was to sort of capitulate now and then ride back through the race field. He's got a good lead. He can't afford to do that. He'll want to keep on pushing, but Vargas goes through, taking those first checkpoint points, 5 points for Vargas as he hits the line there. And that is the top of checkpoint climb number 3. Vargas goes through. You can see it's taken him 1 hour 29 minutes 45 seconds to get to that point, so nearly an hour and a half of racing in as we come through what is effectively halfway.
Yes. Good sized group behind chasing him, though. So Vargas might be solo, but then there is a big pack of Category 6 riders. There's also a small group of Category 2 riders here. This is the leading group in Category 2. X100 in the mix at the moment. Betty in the polka dot skin suit a little bit further behind. They're at the 24.3 kilometre marker. They are coming in, you can see, just to the base of climb number 3. That's the 3rd categorised climb on the course there. And X100 doing what he's done on the earlier courses, and that's getting a small gap on the run-in in the attempt to give him a little bit of sliding room on the climb. SS on your screen as well, just dropping back off the group at the moment. Interesting.
Yeah, it's he really went hard though on that run to the checkpoint, really put in the effort there. And I think the problem is that when you do that, then if you have gone over your limit to do that, you go into oxygen debt, you go in to that point at which the lactic acid is building up. You're in danger of getting cramped. You're so over the limit. The recovery time is longer than the gap between the top of the climb, of that climb checkpoint, and the next start of the ascent. And because of that, you don't recover. If you stay within your limits, you've got time to recover on that 3K. If you go over your limit, you don't. And I think it's literally that fine, the difference.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? Because I think I've just seen X100 drop back for his teammate SS. And SS had put in, SS had put in a big kick, and I think X100 just timed it slightly wrong, and SS went straight over the top as X100 was coming off the pace, which has meant X100's now had to put in a big dig to close the gap down, but he's doing that right now. So the leading group in Category 2 at the 25.1 kilometre marker, they are climbing and climbing strongly now on the 3rd, on their way to the 3rd climbing checkpoint.
3rd climb checkpoint. It is the 5th of the climbing sections on the way up. Each of the checkpoints, the 5 checkpoints that we have of the climbs on the way to our summit.
We've got a small.
That's where the prizes are.
I don't mean to interrupt you, but we've got a small group further up the road. Arnie Jacobs has got a group away.
Yeah, that battle is still for positions. It's not for race lead, but it's, I think for me, one of the key things here is this battles all the way through all of these various race fields, whether you're at the front of category 1, category 2, 3, 4, 5, or whether you're at the back of categories 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You know, you've got such a fight on the way up this climb to battle your way into position or to get yourself into place. Arnie Jacobs here at the moment in that battle, in that fight, in that pack. At the moment in category 2, Betty S.S. Jacobs at the moment with that slight gap. We're just going to have to see how this plays out here. Betty really doing the work here, though. Jacobs trying to respond, trying to get into position in category 2. Our riders spread all the way through and across the race. So just trying to take a little bit of a check on our satellite view, top right-hand side of the screen, as to where our race leader is and in which race category. Because, of course, remember, category 6 set off first, followed by category 5, 4, 3, 2, and then 1. 35 minutes, as my maths was proved correct for a very rare occasion, between the very first riders starting and the last riders to leave the pens on their way out onto the course. And that 35-minute head start of category 6 from category 1 does mean that the riders have their work cut out to get past everybody.
Now, this is not surprising me at all, because Syed Safrazadi is putting a push on now on this third categorised climb. We know Safrazadi loves a really hard climbing race. He is out on the road racing, he's out doing stage races, he's out racing the mountain bikes, but we know on the Sunday Race Club he excels when it goes up. Think Jebel Hafid, think Jebel Yace, think endurance climb. Syed Safrazadi in his element. Michael Knudsen is going with him, so is Ollie Jones. There's a real battle. I know Jason Osborne is off the front and putting in a spectacular race. He's 500 metres up the road from that chase group in category 1. But the category 1 chase group are having a real battle out there today, as Jason Osborne now works his way up through the race fields. He's moving his way well and truly into sort of the top third of the race now. In fact, really the top quarter. Eben Svart is on your screen at the moment, and he is about to see Jason Osborne come up. And I know, you're hot and bothered and climbing. Jason Osborne just makes it look easy, Eben.
Yeah, but we don't get a view at the moment into Jason's Bane Cave. I'm sure he is certainly steaming at the moment. The amount of wattage, the amount of power, the amount of energy.
He's probably fueling the coffee machine.
Quite possibly. Oh, don't mention coffee.
I think that's what's happening in the Osborne household. Jason is putting out so much power that the coffee machine runs off his bike. Jason,
when anybody,
I know he likes some coffee art.
Yeah, when somebody invents a way to store and actually puts it into production of storing the energy produced on your bike, on your turbo trainer, storing it that can then be used later, it'll be a good day for the planet.
Rather than solar power or wind power, bike power.
Well, you could integrate it in.
You must be able to. Into a storage battery or something. Well, Ivo Sieur may well make the most of that. The sun is shining outside of Ivo Sieur's window. He too has just seen Jason Osborne go past. The Category 3 rider continuing to push up this climb. They're around at the 26.9 kilometre marker. It's 27.7 to the checkpoint. So not that far to the top of the third categorized climb. Then only 2 more categorized climbs to go. It's a phenomenal effort out there today on the endurance climb. 5 categorized climbs, 2 additional climbs, plus a 1 kilometre slope to the finish line today. At the top of that endurance climb 3, we do now have category 3 through. Narbati picking up the points again and extending his lead even further. He is now at nearly 2.5 minutes in terms of the lead of the rest of that Category 3 race.
But the battle behind, the rider behind him, Mohammed Al-Case, paratrooper, absolutely fearsome competitor. We've seen that in the MyWhoosh Championships, where he came to our notice in the first one of those. He's one of those riders right in there who's going to battle it out. So is Bakker, Ridley, Yazbek. Kalman can't be discounted on this climb. He always rides smart. I think the way that this is starting to form up in the category
Yeah.
3 race, I mean, people like Montoya are not out of this. And they're what, 11 riders back in that
Yeah.
group?
Well, it is Noel Batty out front,
Yeah.
13 riders chasing. In category 3. In category 4, Milan Tomatin still going through in the lead. He's 26 seconds clear of the chase behind. There, it is looking like we've got, I think that's around 7 riders potentially in contention behind, but there is a gap. Jacek Chiros in second place has a bit of a gap around 20 seconds back on the group. Marquez, Mkhtari, Fiera, Rushma, Yannicki, Giuliano. Those are the riders doing the chasing there. In category 5, Alex Chubb has come to the fore and gone through that checkpoint in the lead. He's got a 25-second gap on the chase behind. And that, well, just taking a little look at where we are, that is Skoren in second, Zimael in third, Lisa in 4, Bertrand in 5. So Rudolph Bertrand has dropped back into the group. Tavi Matilla is in there as well. Cirillo dropping a little bit further back down, along with Carlos Alvarez, who was our leader there for some time.
So positions really starting to change as this climb and as this race takes effect. You can see at the moment these riders making their way up at the 27.2 kilometer mark, about 500 meters from that checkpoint, which is checkpoint for endurance climb number 3 of 5 climb checkpoints. So a quick reminder, all of our checkpoints come with prizes for the first rider who goes across the line in each of our race categories, category 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. At the moment, the rider who's furthest up the road is our leader in the climbs competition overall. In category 5, who is up and away on the right-hand side of the screen, 32.2 kilometers covered at the moment, and nicely making his way up. It's not going to be long before he makes his way through checkpoint number 4.
No, I know. It's interesting, isn't it, that the chase group also in category 1, now in with the leading group in category 2.
So we're going to see category 1 come across the line potentially ahead of category 2. Certainly the leader is just seeing a move off the front here of the category 2 pack, and it's gone from SS, who's looking to claw back some points in the climbs competition. Nice run for the line here. He saw the opportunity with the confusion of the riders coming in. He sprints clear, but now he's got to get that recovery done, and this was where it was so difficult previously. The group came up at speed onto his wheels and went past him. That's where you've got to really jump in. SS in category 2 with a time of 1 hour, 10 minutes and 32. That checkpoint, 10 minutes behind Jason 7 minutes behind Jason Osborne's time, 3 minutes in front of now Batty's time. Batty with a 1 hour, 13 minutes, 1 hour, 19 minutes for Milan Termerton, who continues to hoover up the points at the front of the category 4 race. Alex Chubb moving to the front in category 5 as Emerson. Diego Vargas, the rider who's leading on the road at the moment, 1 hour, 29 minutes, 45 seconds when he came to that point on the course, but Vargas now up at the front of the race, looking very good.
Yes. Now, just going back to that category 1 race, because we're going in with Jason Osborne. Jason Osborne at the top of the category 2 checkpoint had 1 minute 31 on the chase group. The chase group have come through at the top of category the third categorized climb. Ollie Jones, Michael Knudsen, Jakob Dane, Said Safrazadi in that group. Kel Power just off the back of it. Leonard Schugels, the rider being dropped on that climb. Mikhail Kaminsky and Niall Pedersen a little bit further back. But the gap now between Osborne and Jones, 2 minutes 2 seconds. So Osborne taking out 30 seconds on the chase group between the top of climb 2 and the top of climb 3 here today on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club.
So riders scattered all across the hillside. And remember, it's not just about our elite riders, the leaders of each category even. It is about all of our riders here on MyWhoosh. Whether you are our leading riders, whether you are the Lanterne Rouge at the back of the race field, holding that prestigious position of being the last rider on the road, swinging that red lantern, as was the case on the back of the train. But wherever you are, thank you very much for jumping on board. Our riders really do make the racing happen. Thank you very much for watching. If you are watching and enjoying the racing, don't forget we've got lots of very different routes coming up for you in the course of January in the men's racing. So, as it stands at the moment, we're on the endurance climb, 45 kilometres of racing and 2,078 metres of ascent. Next week for qualifier race number 2, we go to Japan, to Kyoto. Kyoto is a lat race route with 3 ascents of the Kyoto climb, 1 sprint at the Tokyo Sprint, 57 kilometers long, but only 471 meters of ascent. So a real fight on that one. It's going to be really interesting to see. For qualifier race number 3, we go to Belgium. We're on the Belgian rolling courses. So we make our way around. We're going to go up the Koterberg, as well as the Quermont climb and the Valkenberg being our ascents on the way through. The Eichenberg Hill and climb, not part of those climbs competitions on the way in through. Sprints at the Schmedenport and the Halle Gate sprint as well. 55 kilometres and 436 metres of climbing. But our finals, we're in a classic on the men's racing. We are going to Wollongong in Australia. 54 kilometres, 633 metres of climbing. We have 2 ascents of the Wollongong climb, 2 Wollongong sprints, and then we drop down and we do that descent down to the aquarium sprint that comes in at 47.8k before our finish at 54 kilometres. A real mix of race routes. And if you want to watch, then do make sure you subscribe to the channel on YouTube. And you can put those numbers into context now, because this is basically one continuous run up the hillside as we pause on the way through. We're coming in towards the crunch end, Emma.
We are. So nobody yet in the race field over the endurance climb 4. So we are looking for riders to come to that 34-kilometre marker, 11k from the finish. And then there will be just one more endurance climb section before we have the run to the finish. So we still have more than 11 kilometres to go in this race. And in those 6 races that are out there on our course today, it is the endurance climb, 45 kilometres of climbing, 2,078 metres of ascent. Now, I'm just going to do a quick summary, because I have the top 10 climbers from 2025 in front of me.
Go on.
Across the men's and the women's. So whilst we watch Ollie Jones and Michael Knudsen chasing down Jason Osborne, Kate McCarthy, 26 mountain competitions in 1. In 2, Jason Osborne, 20 mountain competition wins.
Okay.
In 3, Gabby Guerra, 18. In 4, Daniel Cadiz, 10. In 5, SS, 9. Tied with Amy Sudabayo in 6th. Michael Knudsen then tied with Tiffany Penner and Jenny Eck, Gina Van Rossum, Michael Vink, Jennifer Gothlander and Niall Batty, all with 8 mountain wins last year.
So that they're tied. So all those with 8 wins tied in 7th place. In 5th place, SS and Amy Sudabayo with 9. 4th place, Daniel Cadiz with 10. 3rd place, Gabby Guerra with 18. 2nd place, Jason Osborne, our men's world champion, with 20. And the women's world champion, Kate McCarthy, with 26 wins in 2025 on the climbs competition. Absolutely phenomenal. But also shows that the climbs competition very often reflects those riders who are there in the overall race as well.
It does. Well, Mohamed Mukhtari doing some phenomenal climbing today. The Category 4 riders really working their way through this race field and climbing strongly. The 32.6-kilometre marker, Mukhtari up and out of the saddle and climbing well. They're heading towards that 34-kilometre marker, which is the top of this endurance climb. So 1.3k to go for Mukhtari. He's got a really strong group with him. Andrew Rushmer, Daniel Marquez, Rui Ferreira, all in this group with Mohamed Mukhtari. We've got a Category 6 rider in there as well, and we're now starting to see some of the Category 3 riders come through too. So it really is starting to mix itself up out there. The Category 6 rider, Diego Vargas, still at the head of the race field. He's at the 34.1 kilometre marker, just coming through the top of that climb. So he's still out there after 1 hour 47 minutes of racing. He has got, he's still got 10.8 kilometres of racing to go out there today. And Vargas doing a phenomenal job. The leader in Category 4 at the 33.2 kilometre marker, Termerton, is also in polka dots. Elsewhere, well, they are scattered down the road. But take a look at this. Jason Osborne on the left-hand side of your screen at the 32.8 kilometre marker. He's about 1,500 metres down on our leader on the road. And he's worked his way now up into the top 30.
Wow. Absolutely flying, brilliant to see. I'm just going to give a big shout out because currently our latest riders come in through our race finish. In our women's race is going to be our rider who has taken, I think, one of our most regular winners of the sprint wins in MyWhoosh. Jessica Hamilton coming through, completing her race here today for the Kitty Hawk Racing Moonpaw Racing Squad, completing her race here in Category 6, 3 hours, 41 minutes, 46 seconds.
Wow.
Phenomenal. Well done, Jessica. Brilliant.
Absolutely. Well done to Jessica Hamilton. Absolutely brilliant racing in Category 6 and commitment to that finish line. Jessica Hamilton, normally known for her sprint prowess. In fact, Jessica Hamilton holds the most sprint wins in the women's competition for 2025 with 28 sprint wins. That is ahead of Natalia Idzik with 24 and Bridget Falensky, the Category 1 rider, with 23.
So that is the latest of our women's riders come in over the finishing line. No guarantees that's our loss by any stretch of the imagination. As Jason Osborne now working his way through, he's got a big raft of riders in the Category 6 race in front. He's no doubt thinking about how many he's going to go through. This should take him up towards the top 10. I suspect when he's gone through this group and the next few riders in front are not that far away either. You can see them, in fact, in his sights. And this is really going to propel him up inside that top 10. There are riders up in front, but of course we're looking to see who is going to be coming through that checkpoint. The checkpoint is at 34 kilometers.
Just 2 riders so far through that point. Diego Vargas, the leader on the road, leading that Category 6 race. And Niall Batty, the leader of the Category 3 race, has also gone through that point.
And in the women's race, we saw Category 3 do some, for me, they did some absolutely amazing rides. I mean, there wasn't just 1 or 2. So many of them did phenomenal performances and really, really showed Category 3 so strong coming in through that finish. We're seeing that again here with Category 3 in the men's race. Really good to see so many people right up there, continuing to push. If you're out there, keep on going. You're doing a brilliant job. It's absolutely fantastic. This is what we love about Sunday Race, for people pushing themselves to the limits, out there racing week in, week out, 52 weeks of the year, year after year. MyWhoosh's commitment to cycling esports, to providing the platform for our riders to race on whatever level you are. Now, whether that is on our standard road racing, crit, time trial leagues, whatever type of racing you want to do, get chased by zombies, there's ways to push yourself to the limit. And of course, don't forget, you can get out there and look to see if you can pick up a little bit of reward for being out there, because it's not just about the racing on MyWhoosh. We have the treasure hunt coming for 2026. Each and every month, there will be hidden treasure for 1 hour out on the roads of MyWhoosh. Nobody knows where it will be or when it will be. Nobody gets a heads up on that at all. It is there to be claimed if you can go past it. Then people who find the treasure get to share the treasure. So if one person finds it, and if only one person finds it in that 1 hour it's available, then they will get the lot. If 12 people get it, they'll get a 12th of it. If 100 people find it, they'll get a 100th of the prize. But it does mean there is that potential. So make sure you register. Go onto the MyWhoosh website, mywhoosh.com. Make sure you register for the email. And don't forget to go onto social media as well. Make sure you do all of the pre-checks so that you are able, if you find it, to be eligible to claim it.
Well, one of the things who Betty is wanting to climb is that polka dot skin suit back off the shoulders of SS. These two have battled royale so far on this endurance climb today. Betty took the first two, SS took the second two. It has been a real play around in terms of the climbing in category 2, and Betty, I am sure, is going to be pushing for this next checkpoint as well, but so will SS. They've got company, 4 riders in that category 2 race. Jason Osborne is ahead of them in the category 1 race. In fact, he's only 200 meters behind the leader in the category 4 race, but he's 2.2 kilometers behind Diego Vargas, who is still the leader on the road. Take a look at this. Jason Osborne has now worked his way up into 5th place on the road. He's gone through that endurance climb checkpoint, and it's going to be interesting to see the gap back to the pack in the category 1 race. At last count, it was 2 minutes and 2 seconds. Noel Batty has a strong lead in the category 2 race. He's looking at a lead now of 1.5 minutes. Rune Bakken has come through in 2nd place. Sebastian Havo in 3rd, Lewis Ridley in 4th, Mohamed Al Case. Ollie Jones and Michael Knudsen have just come through the checkpoint behind Jason Osborne. And I can tell you, well, it's a further 10 seconds to Jason Osborne. So the gap now at around 2 minutes, 12 seconds.
So 2 minutes, 12 seconds, the gap at the moment. What's it going to be when we get to the top of a checkpoint number 5 and to our finish line? Much closer here in category 2. Betty nicely in the mix here. Very much the rider to keep an eye on. Gadazi, SS Trojnowski in here. Trojnowski doing a great ride. We know he's a good climber. We know he's a great battler. He's right in this mix. SS in the polka dots.
Now pushing for the banner.
You can see that, isn't it? You can see what his target is. He's going to do this repeated sprint, and that is what we see from SS. That sprint, repeat sprintability. If there is such a phraseology, if there isn't, I've just invented it. It is all about sprinting through, repeating that time and time again. And this is what SS has done. You can see the polka dot skin suit goes underneath the polka dot banner to claim maximum points. Behind then Trojnowski and Betty coming through, all making the way through just ahead of Gadazi. Now you're leading 4 riders on the road. They're slowly but surely climbing past everybody, and you can see at the top of endurance climb 4. Jason Osborne hit that climb checkpoint of 1 hour 16 minutes of racing. And the riders in category 2 hitting that, followed by category 3, 4, 5 and 6 as they go in through over the line there. The time alongside those riders as they make their way up the race route. We're going to get a double check of positions in category 2 because we've been jumping in and out. As they came in through the line, number 1 through wasn't SS. He claimed the maximum points from his group, but not overall.
No, so X100 goes through and picks up 5 points. Just behind him, Joachim Kirchhardt is the second rider. I've got to remember, we had a couple of riders clear off the front of the group with the polka dot skin suit in. So Kirchhardt now being pulled back into the fold. SS went through in 3rd, taking 3 points. Trojnowski went through in 4th, taking 2 points. Betty went through in 5th, taking 1 point. Gadazi also with the group. And then, well, that group are now 13 seconds clear of Arnie Jacobs' group. In fact, Arnie Jacobs now solo because actually he's dropped the members of his group.
So at the moment on your screens, left-hand side of your screen, Jason Osborne, the fastest rider on the course today. Right-hand side of your screens is the rider who's furthest up the slopes at the moment, and that is Diego Vargas, who is leading the Category 6 lead. So those riders at the moment on their way through, making their way up on to the climb. So doing a great job at the moment. You can see It really is reflected. Surmerton for Category 4, currently in 5th place with the polka dot skin suit as the leader of Category 5. Sorry, Category 4 in 5th place. Jason Osborne, leader of Category 1 in 3rd, also with the lead in the overall. Then Batty and Vargas ahead. Jason Osborne up to 3rd on the road overall. So it's Vargas, Batty, and Osborne, your top 3 riders on the road in Category 6, Category 3, and Category 1, respectively. And then we got back in our second leader in the Category 3 race, with immediately behind him, Timerton from Category 4. The riders coming together on the climb here, with the fastest riders leaving 35 minutes after Category 6, our standard race category, left that self-same point on the road at the base of this climb, straight into the climb, straight onto the first part of this climb. It leveled, it went again, it leveled, and then we were into our climb checkpoints. Checkpoints 1, 2, 3, and 4 come in very quickly indeed. Checkpoint number 5, well, that checkpoint comes at 40.4k, and it's the last of our 5 climb checkpoints. After that point, it's all about the run to the finishing line, and the finishing line, it isn't flat. You go along the flat transition onto that kicker of a climb that takes you in. It's just over a kilometre, that final kicker. It is not going to be easy when you've done all of this ascending.
Well, the tailwind at the moment that is following Niall Batty and Diego Vargas. Batty, the leader in Category 3, Vargas, the leader in Category 6. Those two riders about to come together at the head of the race at the 38.5 kilometre marker. Batty just on a fantastic rhythm at the moment. We know this is his speciality. When the road goes upwards for a very long time, Niall Batty just keeps on riding and just keeps on doing the business. Diego Vargas now sitting in second place on the road. Niall Batty, the leader of Category 3, now at the head of the race. But I tell you something, it's interesting. There's about a minute and a half back to Jason Osborne. It's going to be really interesting to see when Jason Osborne takes the head of the race. I am sure that he will. So Category 2, a little bit further back down, Jochen Kirchhardt doing a fantastic ride in this Category 2 race. He is doing the business along with a number of other riders. They're 1 kilometre, the head of Category 2 are 1 kilometre behind the head of Category 1. Osborne has just put in an absolutely phenomenal effort today and is continuing to tap his own rhythm. It's taken him into 3rd place overall. The Category 1 rider who was part of the last wave of starters today here on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club on the endurance climb, doing the business like only the world champion can. Absolutely brilliant racing from Jason Osborne today. The chase behind of Ollie Jones and Michael Knudsen, well, they are indeed chasing behind, but they are over 2 minutes back now. Jakob Dane, he is a little bit further back. He's in 5th place at the moment behind Said Safrazadi. So it goes Osborne, Jones, Knudsen, Safrazadi, Dane, Power, Pedersen, Kaminsky, Tugels, Lyndon Milostic in 10, Hayden Puckett in 11, Johan Noren currently in 12, Dan Turek, Lionel Vujasin 13th and 14th in that Category 1 race today.
So Category 1, as riders continuing to push the way through this race field. It's not just Jason Osborne who's catching riders, everybody coming together on these slopes, able to take that little bit of inspiration on the way through. Now Batty, though, nobody left in front now. He's going to be looking behind to see how fast Jason Osborne is coming. Osborne generally with about between 0.5 and 1 watt per kilo over and above the power being put down by Batty, dependent on whereabouts on this slope it is. And that is not a huge amount, but we do have to remember Jason Osborne has that phenomenal power. He's putting this down, and it will count as we come towards the top left-hand side of your screen. Jason Osborne on the chase. He's got Vargas that he's now coming alongside and
Can
goes
we just
past.
put a big call out to Diego Vargas?
Yeah, well done, buddy.
What a brilliant, brilliant race from him today. Yep. Holding off Jason Osborne until this point in the race. And Diego Vargas, the leader in Category 6.
Great job.
The first racers out of the start pen today. Absolutely brilliant job.
And not caught until we've reached 38.6k. We've only got 8k left to go. if my maths is right. It's 7K left to go. Sorry, what a job! What a brilliant job done.
Yes.
Fantastic. A little bit further down the slopes, Mohammed Al Case chasing Bakker, chasing the riders in front, chasing the lead of Batty. We're doing a great job here. Mohammed Mukhtari really chasing Al Case. It's not over at all. These gaps can change, the positions can change. You've just got to try and stay focused all the way through this.
No, it's true. At 45 kilometres, the finish line, we've still got that 6.2 kilometres to go, and anything can happen in the final stages of a course like today. You can lose sort of 60, 70, 80 seconds easily. So you just got to keep digging in. Mohammed Mukhtari riding strongly in that top 5 in that category 4 race. Turmerton and Ferreira are just ahead of him, not that far. So Jason Osborne now comes to the fore here. He is just coming up to the wheel very, very shortly. He's going to turn around this right-hand corner and he's going to see Niall Batty just up the road. Batty, currently the leader on the road at the moment at the 39.7 kilometre marker. He's in polka dots, leading the category 3 race. Jason Osborne, he is 17 seconds behind Niall Batty at the moment. And Batty, he's a phenomenal climber. It really is his forte. When you talk about one-trick ponies, I'm sorry, but I am going to label Niall Batty a one-trick pony, and he is so good at the one thing that he does well, and that is climb.
He might be a concert-grade piano player.
Yeah, but do you know what I mean?
I do. No, I have to say, the thing is, it's almost like he's a one-trick thoroughbred racehorse. He's a specialist. So
he is a specialist.
He's not a show jumper. He's not a rider who goes out on those big like on the Grand National with the jump. He's not a jump horse. He is a pure fast rider, absolutely flying. This really is what we're looking forward to. We're really looking to see if this pace is going to go. Let's see how it is going to run. The riders make their way up on to the top of the climb. Are going to be critical as they make their way in. What they do now. How much have they got less? How much have they expended? How much have they refueled on the way in? Who's got those energy levels topped up to perfection? And who is going to get this wrong?
Well, I'll tell you something, Giselle. Betty is in trouble here. Off the back of this Category 2 group, Gadazi is going forward with SS Trojanowski. They are all pushing on. They're on the wheel of Mikhail Kaminski at the moment, the Category 1 rider who has gone past them. But it's Betty who's the rider in trouble. Jason Osborne, Osborne is closing down on Batty's wheel. He goes up, he goes alongside. Batty gets out of the saddle to try and go with the world champion. But even Niall Batty can't go with him. He sits back down and continues to tap his own rhythm. Batty's got to win his race. He's not got to go with Osborne, but Osborne has now gone past every single racer on the Sunday Race Club today. It's the first qualifier of 2026, and the Osborne, the world champion, has come out. Well, he has come out in style today. The rainbow bands are underneath that polka dot skin suit as he is about to go under the final endurance climb checkpoint of the day. 1 hour, 30 minutes and 39 seconds so far of racing for Jason Osborne. Niall Batty's been out on course a little bit longer. 15 minutes longer. He too has now gone underneath that checkpoint, leading Category 3.
So the leaders on the road going through those checkpoints, making the way on to the final section of this race route. The final section, a flat transfer, a transition across towards that final kicker that takes them to the finish line at 45 kilometres exactly here on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club qualifier race number 1 in the men's race. Don't forget, of course, if you didn't watch the women's race, you can watch it back on the MyWhoosh YouTube channel and on Twitch TV. If you do want to get in touch with us mid-show, the communication route for you is to get in touch on the MyWhoosh YouTube channel and literally put the comments down on there. We do check through on the way through. We do try and keep up with that. Don't forget, you can get in touch with Emma at biking_Emma. Birthday wishes, obviously, for today, but also updates on you on the way through for the rest of the year. And don't forget that if you do want to get in touch on Instagram, send those messages through to myself. It's at Matt Fixer Payne. You can get in touch with me on Instagram as well. And don't forget, you can always get in touch with MyWhoosh at MyWhoosh on Instagram and on Facebook. But you can also get in touch via the Facebook help pages. The support desk is there. If you're one of our riders, of course, you have your own dedicated team looking after you on the Sunday Race Club as well. Thank you very, very much for everyone who has been in touch. Thank you very much, everyone, for all the kind comments, the Christmas wishes, the New Year's wishes. The community that we have here on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club are absolutely amazing. It is always a pleasure to put words to the action. It is a very, very much an honour putting words to the action. All types of racing. Emma and myself, of course, commentators for the UCI, the governing body worldwide, and we get to work with some of them to put words to some of the best action in the world across a multitude of disciplines. But each and every week we're here on the Sunday Race Club, bringing you that race action with the Sunday Race Club family, as I like to think of it.
But, you know, one of the things I think about cycling esports is you watch world-class racing every Sunday. There is that opportunity to do that. And I'm just going to drop in with the results at the moment, because on Endurance Climb 5, the last climb checkpoint, Ringbacken has now come through for second place in that Category 3 race. And Diego Vargas has come through that checkpoint now, leading the Category 6 race. 2 hours and 8 minutes so far of racing for Vargas.
The time keeps on ticking and adding up. And, of course, our riders a little bit further back are going to be pushing that time out. There's going to be some people out there for 3-4 hours potentially. So keep on pushing, guys, wherever you are out on the race route. Now, there was an ooh coming.
There was, because the Category 1 race, it's all shaken up again behind. We had Ollie Jones and Michael Knudsen tied in a battle for second and third place at the top of checkpoint 4. They were 2 minutes 12 seconds behind Jason Osborne. Well, I can tell you, Ollie Jones has now left Michael Knudsen, and the gap, well, oh my goodness, it's nearly out to three minutes now between Osborne and Jones. But Jones now 20 seconds clear of Knudsen. Knudsen, he is 18 seconds clear of Said Safrazadi. So it is all going on behind him. A little bit further back down, Kel Power now working his way up into 5th place in that Category 1 race.
And the Boss Moves Only squad with Osborne, with Nuss and Safrazadi 3 inside the top 4 at the moment, showing that strength in depth that team has. And that's why they are such a force to be reckoned with when they come in to our finale. Now, some of our other race fields.
They are indeed. Category 4 has now come through, and I can tell you it is change for the first time. Milan Termerton, who has been leading the Category 4 race till now, well, Rui Ferreira has come up, the rider from Portugal from Cycle District, now picking up 5 points and the lead at that point in the race. He's 22 seconds clear of Termerton. Mohamed Mukhtari has come up into 3rd. He is, well, actually, do you know that's getting close? He's about 14 seconds back on 2nd place. And then Marquez and Rushma coming through for 4th and 5th.
And that is Category 4 at the top of the final climb checkpoint before we get to our finish. You can see we're going to have our riders that have come through so far. All of our leaders except for the Category 5 coming through. So Osborne, Kerkart, Batty, Ferreira, along with Vargas, the riders who've gone through so far at the lead of their category. Category 5 is still to make it to the top of the endurance climb number 5 checkpoint. And as you can see, the difference in those times from 2 hours downwards from the time for Category 6, right the way through to our Category 1 rider, who's Category 1 always had the least time out on course as they make their way in and around at the moment. Osborne leading this race out, taking the left and right hand turns here. He's at 44 kilometers at the moment. He's into his last kilometers. In fact, he's into his last 900 meters here as Osborne makes his way up behind him. Niall Pedersen is absolutely laying it down at the moment. Good to be in with Niall once again. as we make our way along the flatlands heading in towards
Yeah.
Glen. So Pedersen really putting the power down, still doing 5.5 watts per kilo here as he winds this up, heading across, trying to get in towards that climb. Checkpoint number 5, Emma, category 1. How's it looking?
Well, it is indeed. We've already done the top 5, but I can tell you, Linda Milostic, Jakob Dane, Niall Pedersen, battling it out, 6th, 7th, and 8th at the moment, but all still together with an opportunity potentially to get into that top 5. Leonard Tugels, Mikhail Kaminsky, Hayden Pucker rounding out the top 11. 11 riders through that checkpoint at the moment. In category 2, Kirchhart has gone through ahead of SS by, well, some significant time now. That's looking like around 30 seconds. Kirchhart is now clear in category 2. Godazi in 3rd place, Troshanowski, and then Betty in 5th. Jacobs, well, he's trying to close it down in 6th place at the moment.
So those are the scores on the doors as we start to run in towards our finish at the moment. The leader on the road, Jason Osborne, is on his way in towards the race finish, leading category 1. Now Batty's behind him and leading the category 3 race. You've got Backer battling it out with him currently in that category 3 competition, but the gap between the two riders at the moment is going to be substantially enough that gap should not come down. It's about 50 seconds or so between Backer and Batty. Jones versus Knudsen. This is 2nd and 3rd place in the category 1 race. That is a battle of what is only about 15 seconds separating them at the moment, but they have yet to hit that 44-kilometer marker as we come into the last 250 meters for Jason Osborne here on the Sunday Race Club. He's going to come around this right-hand turn. He's searching for that UCI banner that will come at 45 kilometres.
It is just sneakily out of the way, tucked around the next left-hand corner. But if Jason Osborne looks up, he'll see it on his screen. He has climbed his way to the front of the race, not just the front of the Category 1 race, but he is leading on the road. All 5 race fields that started before him, he has gone through the entire peloton. While he has extended his lead at each checkpoint in this race over the Category 1 race field to over 3 minutes. Ollie Jones is doing his best to close him down, but Jason Osborne, the world champion, wins Category 1, the first Sunday Race Club in 2026.
World number 1.
Race number one.
Category number 1.
2026. Well, Niall Batty's done a phenomenal job in category 3. He has climbed as Niall Batty does. He said to me this morning he was a little bit concerned because he had the sniffles. Niall, there was no reason to be concerned at all. You have raced absolutely brilliantly today and you're climbing. Well, it has indeed been the speciality, the thing you bring out of the back pocket when you want to shake it down. When the road goes up, Batty does the business, and he's done the business today in category 3. I can tell you the race is on. Michael Knudsen trying to close down Ollie Jones, but Syed Safra's AD trying to close down Michael Knudsen. Every category on this race course is pushing to that finish line today.
So wherever you are, wherever stage of this climb, on this big ascent of the endurance climb for qualifier race number 1, 45 kilometres total race distance to do. Whether you are at kilometre 20 or kilometre 44, keep on pushing. That line will come. Batty can see the banner.
He can do indeed. Niall Batty looks up. He's going to take the win today in category 3. He's going to be the second rider over the finish line. That's the UCI banner. Niall Batty, your winner in category 3.
A real battle behind Batty, Backer and Sladek. It looks like Condor as well, all mixing it up together. And further down through this race field, some of those gaps are a little bit closer than maybe we've seen from the world champions to the rest of the riders. Michael Knudsen currently with 18 seconds gap to Syed Safra Zaidi, his teammate. That's the battle for 3rd and 4th position. But Ollie Jones at the moment looking good for second place.
Yeah, great move from Ollie Jones to start to break that group and push on up this climb. He had company for a long time in that chase group behind Jason Osborne. Eventually, it got down to two riders, Ollie Jones and Michael Knudsen. But Jones going clear of Knudsen in the latter stages of the race. He's going to swing round. He's going to look up. He's going to see the UCI banner. It is just in sight around the next corner. It is around 150 metres away. Yes, it is uphill, but Ollie Jones is going to take second place today on the Sunday Race Club on the endurance climb. It's the 4th of January, 2026. Jones has ridden himself into second place on the endurance climb today.
Great ride by Jones, a rider who's known for his sprint performances of late, but it should never be forgotten that he's an absolute class performer, world-class rider. Now, just watching Joachim Kerkart at the moment, the leader, I think, in Category 2, if I'm not much mistaken, unless something has happened out of our sight. Jakob Dane behind, just trying to close that gap down as he works his way through the categories. Bershawecki doing the same. There's riders in categories 4, 3, 2, and 1 all over the road at the moment, working their way up into this final kilometre with this cruel finish, the real sting in the scorpion's tail to take the last little bit of energy from our riders in their run into the finish here today on the MyWhoosh. It is very interesting to see. Let's see how these riders push on. How can they get to the finishing line? Can they keep it rolling all the way? Who's going to fade? Who's going to come fast at the end? Who's got that last little kick that is required? Riders making the way in to the line in our different categories. Back and coming in category 3 for second place here today. Batty in 1. Backen in 2.
Yes, and Michael Knudsen has come through in category 1 to take third place. Said Safra Zaidi also across the line, taking 4th.
So 6 race categories setting off at different times at the start of today's racing, all coming together on the slopes of the endurance climb. One of the many worlds that you could come and ride on MyWhoosh. Make sure you download the app on iOS, on Android, or on Windows and jump on board. Get out and racing with the team who are battling out on the slopes here of the different riders, different categories. There's a place for you here.
Yes, there is. And more of those Category 1 riders coming over the line now as we go in with Giselle Betty in that Category 2 race. He's got 500 metres to go. The rest of the Category 2 riders are pushing on towards that finish line as well, a little bit further up the climb at the moment. But in Category 1, Power comes through for 5th, Linda Milostic for 6th. So 6 riders now through. Bakken came through for second place in the Category 3 race. Karol Schledek comes through for 3rd, Konda for 4th, and Kokirski for 5th.
So these riders continue to come through thick and fast. The top riders, top 6 riders in Category 1 come through. And look at this, another finisher, another leader.
It is indeed. Joachim Kerkart is going to take the win in Category 2 today. He rode away on that final climb section. Kerkart putting in a storming performance here today on the endurance climb.
Giselle Betty has chased all the way up this climb. So is Arnie Jacobs. They want to close it down.
Hard work out there today.
It's rewarded, though, for Betty's going to come through. You can see he's been chasing all the way in. It's not to be his race victory today, but my goodness me, he really has made everybody work hard out there. He's distanced almost all of the race field. It is those last few 100 meters to the top of the climb, and then it'll be time for our riders to warm down, recover, and recuperate and get ready to head over to Japan for qualifier race number 2. They've got to get to the summit first.
They have indeed, and Godazi has indeed taken second place in that Category 2 race. Trojanowski has taken 3rd.
So that push, that run to the line, absolutely key here. Just keep on pushing. No climb goes on forever. Keep pushing into that finishing line. The banner is coming for Betty. He's going to follow Trojanowski into the line. He's going to be followed by Jacobs as he makes his way in and through. If you want to feature, don't forget, get your camera down there, get the shots into your baker. We'd love to join and see where you are. Jason Osborne, though, the fastest man on the road, 1 hour, 39 minutes, 30.401 seconds. His race winning time in Category 1, coming ahead of Jones and Knudsen, who are the riders in second and third spot on the podium. Behind him is Safrasedi, Power, Milostic, Pedersen, Dane Kaminsky coming in through as well. More riders across all of those race categories hitting the line.
Yes, they are indeed. In fact, the winner in category 4 now over the line as well. Rui Ferreira taking the win from Mohamed Mukhtari, Milan to Matten, finishing third.
So qualifying race number 1 is over for a number of our race leaders. Don't forget, though, that the full results will be there for all of our riders who complete the race route here today. They're available on mywhoosh.com. Go to the menu, hit results, and then you can find those results in there in full with a breakdown. Lots more information on mywhooshinfo.com as well. Make sure you check that out online as well. Don't forget, you can get in touch with me. It's at Matt Fixer Payne. I'm also going to be heading across to the Cyclocross World Cup for the UCI this afternoon. So if you're not in a geo-restricted area, you can catch up with me there. Don't forget, of course, make sure you wish Emma happy birthday on Instagram at biking_Emma. You can get in touch with her for anything else at MyWhoosh on racing related as well. Don't forget, whilst you're online, follow at MyWhoosh on social media, on Instagram and on Facebook, at my_whoosh on X. Download the app on iOS, on Android, or on Windows. Get on board. Come and join us. Racing, training, escaping zombies, and treasure hunting on MyWhoosh in 2026. We've kicked off the year in style with 2 wins for our world champions. You'll have to join us to see what happens in qualifier race number 2. Until then, from Emma and myself, Matt Payne, enjoy your riding. We'll see you soon.
Goodbye.